Trustees, we will continue from where we left off last night. So this is a continuation of the meeting, the PPC meeting which started on February 12th. We will move directly into delegations because that's where we left it off. This is delegations from number 95 onwards. This is related to the item PR 592, naming schools, teams, and special purpose areas report. Number 95, delegate number 95 is Patrice Dutel, community member, professional historian. It's a continuation of the meeting, so we won't be doing, we won't be needing to do a declaration or any of those other things that we need to do. So is Patrice online?
Good afternoon, Chair. Patrice is not currently online.
Okay, we will move on to delegate number 96, Nikol Mukherjee, community member. Nikol, are you online?
Chair, one moment. We have numbers that are currently joining.
Sorry?
One moment. There are numbers that are currently joining. I will see and try to identify them.
Okay, I'll just give it a minute. Thank you.
We have delegates number 98 and 99 that can go first, maybe.
Sure, we'll go to delegate number 98, James Stewart, history teacher and author. James, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to delegate.
Yeah, just before you start my time, Chair, Patrice Dutel has been called away to teach a class, and Nick Mukherjee will join as soon as he finishes with a client. So hopefully he can be rolled into the speaking.
We will have a few more delegations. So if they're there before we close delegations, then we will be able to take them.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes. Is that number 96? Please hold on. We started off with 98. We will have number 98 go first. James, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes. And others, please stay on mute.
Thank you. Thank you to the board for permitting me these 3 minutes to address the matter at hand, the renaming of schools at the TDSB. And I'd like to begin by introducing myself. I'm James Stewart, and I've been a history teacher for 30 years. Most of my career has been spent teaching young people about Canadian history in both grade 8 and grade 10. And I've spent my professional career teaching young people about Canada's past in the hopes that they would get not only a sense of what their country is about, but also to instill in them an appreciation for the complexities of history. And, you know, it's hard to know where to begin with the problems that are manifested by what the board is proposing. The judgment of MacDonald, if we just look at it, I have found to be misinformed and ahistorical. We could all be asking some big and important questions. For example, where was the research? Who was consulted? What was the guiding question before investigating? Where was the public engagement with subject experts? Where was the robust examination of evidence? And frankly, to me, it all seems that it has been done as quietly as possible so that people wouldn't notice. But people are noticing now. The National Post has run 2 stories about this, and last Saturday, Globe and Mail columnist Marcus G. wrote about it. I think they're noticing because it's a flawed process. And I was wondering if we could take a moment to talk about the most egregious part of this consultation, Mr. Chair. None of the academic advisors who were consulted were actually historians. They are all professors in the Faculty of Education. In fact, Professor Shaw proudly proclaims to be an activist, and this is hardly the hallmark of a historian. You know, my students were in class trained to evaluate sources. And they would have had a lot of questions about these ones with me, and they would ask me, they'd say, Mr. Stewart, where are the experts on MacDonald, Ryerson, or Dundas? This is a flawed investigation. You can tell what will be concluded based on the advisors they chose. And so it's easy to see that this was handled very badly by the board, and that it was bad history, which is plain to see. And as I come near the end of my time, I just want to ask the board if they can consider that we're in a bit of a moment right now in the Dominion of Canada. And on Saturday, which is the 60th anniversary of the Canadian flag, Canadians are being encouraged to show some pride in the country, which is a bit unusual for us. Pride is always there in our DNA, but we hold it back. But this is coming to the fore right now because we're going to celebrate the country. And when we celebrate the country, we're not just celebrating John A. Macdonald, we're celebrating all other Canadians. And I would just conclude, Mr. Chair, by quoting Margaret Macmillan, the great historian, who I think would also have quite a bit to say about what the board is doing. But she said, if we're doing history and we're doing it as a prosecution, that's not what history should be, nor should it be conducted as a defense. What we should be doing is trying to see history in the round. And so I urge the board to think about its process and what is historically sound investigations rather than what happened for John A. Macdonald and the others. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a question from Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Stewart, for your deputation. May I ask you a few clarification questions? Number one, you said about there's some misinformation about John A. Macdonald. So how much misinformation you think really happened here?
James, you have to unmute *6.
Okay. All right. I've been unmuted. Okay. How much misinformation? A lot of misinformation. And I think a lot of this has happened because experts were not consulted. For example, Patrice Dutil, who was one of the delegates earlier today, but is teaching at the moment, he wrote a book on Sir John A. Macdonald. And as far as I know, I don't think he was consulted on the history of Sir John A. Macdonald. When academic advisors are consulted and we go with education professors instead of historians, then I think we're going to get a different kind of answer than one that is conducted by people who spend their life looking at evidence and coming to balanced conclusions.
So if you say our consultation process is flawed, so what do you think would be appropriate consultation process?
I would like to see a large public engagement. I would like to see engagement with professional historians. I would like to see engagement with community members. I would like to see engagement with other people who care about the history of the country. And particularly right now, people are caring a little bit more about the history of the country, and they're seeing that we're quite a great country. And I think if people look into the history and they see how it came to be, a lot of that responsibility comes from Sir John A. Macdonald. And this is not to say that he was perfect, but this is the kind of consultation we need to have and dig in to see how did we come to be the country that we are today, that is the envy of the world. So if you're not going to point out the leadership of John A. Macdonald, who are you going to point out the leadership of?
So, I heard my trustee colleagues argue that John A. Macdonald is a white supremacist, particularly against Chinese. How do you respond to that accusation?
Trustee
right. I can't defend Sir John A. Macdonald's opinion of Chinese workers who came across to build the railway. John A. Macdonald has flaws, and that's one of his biggest ones. But because a person has flaws, like all of the people in this virtual meeting have, including the people last night, then we're not recognizing people as humans. And we know John A. Macdonald has flaws, but he also has great characteristics. And without him, we wouldn't have had Canada made the way that it is today. It wouldn't have existed.
I totally agree with you. As a Chinese descent, I certainly understand John Macdonald. Yeah.
Trustee Pei, it has to be clarification questions. You can save your comments when the item comes up, but it has to be clarification questions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, John Stewart. Wonderful deputation. Continue doing the the good work. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Trustee Patel has a question as well. Please stay. Vice Chair Patel is going to ask a question. James.
Hi, James. Thank you for your delegation on this item. I have a question, like one question for you. I believe you are a teacher at TDSB. Am I correct?
I'm not in the TDSB.
Okay. Thank you, James. So how did you find out about the consultation process?
I was in touch with Councillor Pei because I wrote to my trustee and other trustees about this issue.
Okay, great. That's what I needed to know, that how did the consultation process go? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, James, for delegating. There's no other questions from trustees, so we'll move on to number 96 is now available. So we'll go to Nikol Mukherjee. Nikol, *6 to unmute. Nikol, are you there?
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Hi.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead and start.
Thank you. I should like to begin by just pointing out to the board that I understand that addresses have been received from various members of the public, and some fairly standard boilerplate responses have been sent out, citing in particular policy P047 and procedure PR 592. It's worth bearing in mind, of course, that these have been adopted by the board in 2023 and 2024, but as a legal matter, they don't fetter the board from revisiting them, looking again, and conducting further consultation as the occasion might suggest it would be meet to. The decision that's being considered in terms of the recommendation in the staff committee's report, that is one that will involve an irrevocable alteration to neighborhoods, to public buildings, and one can think of students' transcripts, CVs, the whole lot. This is the kind of decision that cries out for public consultation, and at the very least, for public explanation of the rationale for the decision, if this recommendation is ultimately adopted. In this case, it seems that there's been no public consultation. This is a recommendation that's been reached by the staff based on their own, and with all respect to them, their own amateur historical research. We've heard from Mr. Stewart that those who have weighed in have not been historical experts. There's been no opportunity, at least afforded by the Central Name Review Committee, for members of the public to weigh in. And I'd say that this board owes it to the people it serves, to its beneficiaries. You are called trustees after all. Mr. Chairman, the board is called trustees after all, to have some public engagement. On the question of public explanation, the issue that I have is the inadequacy of the reasoning in report 01-25-4830. Other than the bibliographies, it runs to about 2 pages, most of which is boilerplate. There's a single line in which the staff mention what they call potential impacts to students from the retention of the name. I think they say potential impacts based on colonialism, based on anti-Indigenous racism. But that doesn't explain how you go from facts about the individual figures' lives to that assessment. I think the public deserves to have an account of how that conclusion is reached. I also want to suggest that the criteria that are laid out in P047 themselves are deserving of scrutiny.
Sorry, Nikol, that's all the time we have for the delegation. Appreciate you delegating. Let me see if there's any questions.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Trustee Pei, go ahead.
Okay, Nick, thank you for the deputation. I want to have some clarification for you. Okay, number one, you said our consultation process is flawed. Why do you think it's flawed?
Why do I think the consultation process is flawed? Well, there hasn't really been a consultation process. The issue is that the public, the tax-paying public, the expert-informed public have not had a chance to weigh in. What I'd suggest this board do is to strike a subcommittee to sit for however many hours it takes to receive the deputations of members of the public and of experts who want to weigh in. It shouldn't just be those experts that this board's servants happen to call upon.
Okay. All right. Thank you. My number two questions. You said, some of the expert, the board staff, sought the opinion. They are not historians. So who are they?
Well, it seems to me that the board staff have expertise in administration, not in historical research. And so therefore, historians such as, Professor Dutil or others, anyone who wants to weigh in should have an opportunity to do so. That should be recorded in some written form for this to be laid before this board before a decision is taken on whether to adopt the recommendation or not. But the scanty evidence that is contained in 4830 is quite insufficient. I mean, at the very least, this board ought to be able to hear answers to these questions. One, what are the criteria for discarding a name? Two, what are the words and deeds of the historical figure that are relied on to arrive at the recommendation? And three, this is probably the most important, this board needs to hear exactly how the authors of the recommendation apply the criteria to the facts that are found to be the actual words and deeds of the historical figure. Without that, you'd simply be guessing at why the recommendation was arrived at.
Okay,
and
so
it has to allow. Sorry.
You go ahead. Continue.
I was just going to say the last thing is it has to allow the public basically to check your work, to say either the facts that you're relying on, are they really facts? And two, is your application of the criteria to the facts substantially at variance with the prepossessions of the ordinary informed public?
So if you wanted the board to revisit its policy on naming or renaming in general, what kind of formulation would you ask it to adopt?
Yes, I would say that the board should adopt the following test. One, was the name originally chosen so as to provoke some segment of the community? I doubt that's very often the case. Two, I'd suggest perhaps a threshold of what is the retention of the name inciting people to mistreat others. In other words, you've got to find one mistreatment, and two, the name has got to be the culprit. Those are things that are demonstrable. Things like tied to systems of oppression or reinforce this or that. Those are in the eye of the beholder and should not be used as a standard for judging these names.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nikol, for your delegation. There's no other trustees with questions, so we will move on to, I don't know if number 95 is here yet, Patrice Dutil and Graham Scott from number 97. Governance staff, are you able to confirm if any of them are?
Yes, hello, Chair. 97 and 95 are not here. 99 is here.
Okay, we'll move on to number 99, Honorable Pauline Browse from former Member of Parliament. Go ahead, Pauline.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Pauline Browse, and I was a former Member of Parliament, longtime resident of Scarborough, and represented the area of the Scarborough Centre, where you, Mr. Chair, is also representing that area. I'm a longtime resident of Scarborough, and I love the place. And I support my colleagues that have just spoken concerning consultation and process on this. I support the name of Sir John A. Macdonald to be retained. I recall very well that when 1964, when Sir John A. Macdonald School was built, at the same time, 1 year later, the Sir Wilfrid Laurier School was built. And it was an exciting time for us because it was just coming up to the 100th anniversary of Canada. And we were really excited to have our former prime ministers being put on the names of schools. It was when Prime Minister MacDonald passed away in office, Sir Wilfrid Laurier had a few comments, and I'm going to read them to you. I remember the great services he's performed for this country. To remember his actions always displays great originality of views, unbounded fertility of resources, a high level of intellectual conceptions, and above all, a far-reaching vision beyond the event of the day and still higher, permeating the whole broad patriotism, a devotion to Canada's welfare, Canada's advancement, and Canada's glory. The schools, he was so interested, Sir John A., interested in education of schools on reserves, and education of residential schools. And there's a book that's recently been written by Thompson Highway called Permanent Astonishment, who was a student at the residential schools, and he is talking about how good that was. It was very good. The other thing I'd like to just mention about Sir John A. is he was one that wanted to have the Indigenous people have a vote. He wanted women to have a vote. Unfortunately, it wasn't 40 years later that women finally got the vote. So I urge you, Council, trustees, to retain this name of Sir John A. Macdonald for the pride of our country. And we need to have this, and I appreciate your work in this, and I look forward to this name being retained. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Ms. Browse, for delegation. Certainly, I learned quite a bit, from your deputation. May I ask you one clarification question? Could you clarify with me what kind of pride you think if we return the school John A. Macdonald at TDSB to Torontonia? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. If you could just speak up a little bit, please.
Okay, I think you're talking about the pride that we have this school at the TDSB, named after John A. Macdonald. So what kind of pride you're talking about here?
Pride.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great pride because he was the founder of the country. When you think about it, he had a lot of skirmishes with the United States. He had a lot of problems with the United States. And when you think about what's going on here right now, the pride is coming back to Canada right now because people, the polls are showing a few years ago that people didn't know too much about what the pride would be, and a lot of words about genocide and so on and so forth. So now we're talking about pride in Canada, what we can do in Canada, what can be done in Canada, the history of Canada, how great this country is. And I believe that this is an opportunity to regenerate the history of Canada. I had an opportunity to speak with Trustee Patel about history while the election was on. You don't know if you remember that, Mr. Patel, but I'm very interested in history. And in order for us to go forward, we need the history of Canada to be taught in the schools more than it is right now. And this is a perfect opportunity to let the students know that this is the place, this is the time and the place to be celebrating not only Canada, celebrating our history, but celebrating our leaders.
So basically, you think is if we retain the name John A. Macdonald at the TDSB, and teaching the history about how John A. Macdonald made Canadian proud at that time, in history, and would teaching student a lot more instead of rename this school. Is that your opinion?
Well, the more history in the schools is essential. More education at the university level is important. The fact that not too many curriculum issues are on this curriculum that students learn before the Confederation. it's important that they learn this history, especially people that have arrived here in Canada. And I support the immigration issue. I was Minister of Immigration for a while, and I support these issues. But it's important that we have the opportunity for young people whose parents have come to Canada to learn more about the history.
Sorry, Pauline, the time is wrapped up a while back for the questions time. So are you able to wrap up with one sentence if you need to?
One sentence.
Well, I would say that this is a great opportunity for us, for you, for Canada, to have the pride in Canada, and that we work very hard for this, to make this happen, and to keep the name of Sir John A. Macdonald, and to keep the name of Sir Wilfrid Laurier. Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burrows. Yeah.
Trustee Pei, if you have questions to ask, please put in the chat so it's easier for us to see, since you're managing it virtually just with me and Trustee Patel, so you'll be able to see and let me know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
No problem. I will now see if there are anyone else from this item, if number 95 or 97 is here.
Excuse me?
Yes, you're 101, right? So hold on for a second, please.
Wait. I actually was initially 100 when you sent my confirmation of delegation.
Okay, so are you Francis Corban?
Yes.
Okay, just please hold on for a second. The item is coming soon, so please hold on for a second. Trustee, governance team is 95 or 97 online?
No, Chair, they are not online.
Okay, I'll move on to item 8.2, community use of schools permit fees and cost recovery, number 100, Jared Westreich.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Jared. Yeah, please go ahead. We can hear you. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, staff, and members of the public. My name is Jared Westreich, and I'm the founder of Friends of Learn for Life. We're a community group advocating for TDSB's general interest in seniors daytime program. Today, I'm here to highlight the lack of transparency in Learn for Life's permit fees and urge the board to ensure that these fees are fair, properly applied, and aligned with TDSB policy. After nearly facing cancellation last spring, Learn for Life has made significant financial progress, nearing cost recovery through strong community support and the efforts of the community continuing education department. Yet despite this progress, the program still faces a projected deficit, and staff are proposing drastic fee increases, 45% for most participants and 66% for seniors. That would, of course, make these classes unaffordable for many. Learn for Life's permit fees total over $300,000 annually, yet there's no clear breakdown of how these costs are calculated. My analysis of TDSB's policies suggests that these charges may not align with the mandated rates, raising serious concerns about fairness and accuracy. TDSB's policy states that evening permit fees should only cover additional costs, such as electricity, supplies, and minor maintenance, rather than fixed costs like caretaker salaries. In fact, the caretakers are present in the schools whether or not Learn for Life classes are running, and their duties remain mostly unchanged. For instance, when all of the classes at Don Mills, at Agincourt, and at Cedarbrae were canceled this fall, the number of caretakers at the schools remained unchanged. This demonstrates that Learn for Life is not driving additional staffing costs. At non-operating sites like Overland and Mimico, there are other programs like Adult ESL that are running. So Learn for Life should only be required to pay proportionally for the classrooms they are using. The community volunteers are dedicating countless hours to supporting and promoting Learn for Life. We believe the community deserves full transparency on how these permit fees are calculated. We ask the board today to take immediate action. Please direct staff to provide a full breakdown of these fees, ensure compliance with TDSB policy, and explore adjustments to keep Learn for Life both transparent and affordable for the community that it serves. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Any trustees with questions? I think Trustee Laskin, you have a question, this one?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to Jared for coming and delegating and for the hours and hours and hours that he and his community partners are spending on it. My question is through the community use of schools group, and I apologize that I'm forgetting the name. Has this question been asked directly of staff?
Sorry, is that a question to me?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Jared.
Yes, Jared.
Okay, so we have just recently gotten involved in that group. So we haven't been able to ask that question yet to the staff on the permit side of things. We have asked for that information several times through the continuing education department, and we have not received that information. We've received some high-level information. That's how I know that Learn for Life is being charged over $300,000, but we don't have a clear breakdown of how much is being charged, for example, for a typical Spanish class at Central Tech or for a sewing class at
Thank you very much. So through the chair, I'll save my questions for staff when we discuss the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. I don't see any other questions from trustees. Thanks for delegating. We will now move on to item 9.1, Education on International Holocaust Remembrance Day. I have Francis Corban from Toronto, Palestinian.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. I actually filled out my form wrong, and I actually intend to delegate on 8.1. Unlike most of my fellow delegates, I am neither a TDSB student, alumna, or parent, but moved to Toronto 17 months ago, where I have several relatives and fictive kin who are former or current TDSB students or parents. One of my best friends in the city is also a prospective TDSB French teacher who is joining in the 2025-2026 school year after receiving her BEd from York University. I'm speaking to you today before you vote on item 8.1, affirming Jewish identities, to remind you that anti-Zionism is a political opinion concerning the country of Israel and its political system, just as one would have opinions about Canada or the US. Putting it in the same category as anti-Semitism and hate speech is pure misconception. Everyone has the right to voice their political opinion about countries around the world in Canada, and voting yes on this item would break that freedom and likely go against the Canadian Charter. I completed my K-12 education and first 3 semesters of university in Florida, where I experienced the public education system crumble under the government of Ron DeSantis due to laws designed to suppress peaceful expression in the name of a political agenda. The reason I'm continuing my university education here is because my small liberal arts college was subject to a hostile takeover that, among other things, removed the gender studies program and threw hundreds of books related to it in the dumpster. More recently, universities in Florida are not are forbidden from mentioning the words Israel, Palestine, or Judaism in the class syllabi. Also, my father signed a business contract with a nearby school district that had a clause prohibiting his business from boycotting Israel, and I immediately thought about how I never learned about the Nakba until I started university and had Palestinian classmates for the first time. My friend from York has stressed to me the importance of diversity in the classroom, and I thought the School Board of Toronto, one of the most diverse cities in the world, would not condone such white supremacist weaponization of anti-Semitism, but this doesn't seem like the case. What I'm saying is that conflating anti-Zionism, a nationality-based political view, with anti-Semitism, a form of hate, is a harmful misconception that only perpetuates exclusion and bigotry. The language used in item 8.1 will only make students and staff feel unwelcome. On behalf of my grade 10 and 12 cousins, as well as my best friend's sister and my best friend from York University, I am begging you to vote no on this report in its current state. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. just so that trustees know, this delegate was already on the list for 101, and I've gotten confirmation from the staff that was supposed to be on 8.1, but marked as 9.1, but the delegate was already on the list as well. So that's the end of all the delegates. I wanted to ask governance staff if the two that we didn't see earlier are here. If not, we would close the delegations.
We have not seen a response, and they are not in the room.
Okay, trustees, that's the end of all the delegations. There are a number of written delegations as well in the package. Please have a look at the written delegations. And I want to also thank everyone who had submitted written delegations, and thanks to all the delegates for taking your time and participating in this process and letting us know your perspectives, your views, and your suggestions as we move through some of the decision-making processes. So we would now close all the delegations now and move to number 5, which is trustees report from trustees appointed to Ontario Public School Boards Association, OPSBA. Trustee Williams, are you presenting anything on OPSBA now?
Thank you, and through the chair, the OPSBA Director's Report is in eScribe, and I believe it was also emailed to all trustees. So it's there in front of you. I'll just briefly go through it because I know we do have a packed agenda. So the first page, part 1, 2, and 3 is just the outline, the usual outline about OPSBA. You can read it there, including the strategic priorities and governance structure, and our TDSB trustees appointed to OPSBA as directors and voting and alternate voting delegate, and our additional participation on OPSBA by our TDSB trustees. So I'll go to part 4. It's on page 2 of the report. The education program policy and policy development working groups. So on February 5th, the education program working group of OPSBA did have a meeting, and there were some documents provided that require some action on our part. There is an artificial intelligence survey that's due February 21st. OPSBA is conducting the survey to gather insights from trustees on a number of important topics related to the use of artificial intelligence in our member boards. And our responses will help to plan future professional development opportunities, identify areas of alignment and divergence within our membership on AI-related issues, assess how our perspectives compare to those of external experts, both in education sector and beyond, and shape OPSBA's policy and advocacy positions for use in position papers and future government submissions, ensuring that they reflect both trustee perspectives and the evolving realities of AI in education. So the suggested action here, there was a survey link provided, and through our governance team, it can be provided to all trustees so that the input can be gathered by the deadline of February 21st. The second action item is around accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, updates and compliance measures. It's also a survey which closes on March 21st. As part of OPSBA's AODA review, they're examining the 2021 K-12 Education Standards Report to identify advocacy priorities. And the position paper does have 4 key areas: attitudes and perceptions, addressing ableism and fostering inclusivity, awareness and training, necessary accessibility training for educators, curriculum instruction and assessment, implementing universal design for learning, organizational barriers, enhancing transition support and accountability. And the aim here is to advocate for a barrier-free education system that prioritizes dignity, inclusion, and equity, aligning with OPSBA's 2024-2025 focus. So we're proposing here that the TDSB input will help shape this work. And the action item will be to provide the director and senior staff with the survey so we can gather the responses, and those can be submitted back through our representative on the OPSBA education program work group. The policy development work group, their next meeting is on, actually it was scheduled for yesterday, if that information is correct. That's the information I have here, that it was scheduled for yesterday. So we can get an update on what came out of that meeting at a later time. In one moment. Okay. Part 5, government and public affairs. That section, just to highlight that there is a provincial election taking place on February 27th. And OPSBA has created a number of resources and links to resources and websites, and just an encouragement to participate in the process. That February 27th election will be far-reaching, have far-reaching effects. So as a voter, citizen of Ontario, it's in your interest to know where the candidates stand on education issues, and see the following resources for more information. Encouragement to attend local all-candidate meetings if possible. So those links are available in the report. The legislative updates. Okay, the legislative update is just some detail there about the dropping of the writ and the caretaker period. The caretaker period during the election. Part 5 of the report is just a summary with links to submissions and letters, the OPSBA letters, advocacy, the most recent being January 16th, OPSBA submission to the 2025 Ontario pre-election, the 2025 Ontario pre-budget consultations, and January 29th, OPSBA letter to Mayor Olivia Chow and the city clerk, and that was regards to the food nutrition program. And the links to the letters are in the report. On page 4 of the report, part 5, part 8 and 9, just a summary of the Indigenous Trustees Council, the Black Trustees Council, the Indigenous Trustees Council and the Black Trustees Caucus. And the updates are there, a brief description of what those, the council and the caucus are. Part 10 is the summary of OPSBA professional development for trustees. So just a note that in November of 2024, the OPSBA website was refreshed, and a refreshed website was launched, and all trustees were provided with an email inviting them to create a login to the refreshed OPSBA member area, a SharePoint space on the website. There's also a note in the report and a link in that OPSBA members area that all of our trustees have access to. There are slides and resources from the Public Education Symposium, PES, which happened in January, the 25th and 24th and 25th. So there are slides and resources from that Public Education Symposium available for all trustees to see. In May, this upcoming May 1st and 2nd, please join us trustees for the 2025 Education, Labor, Relations, and Human Resources Symposium. That will be happening in Toronto. The information was sent out from our governance staff to all trustees. There's a form to fill out if you're interested in attending, and this is a great opportunity for professional development and networking with our fellow trustees across the province. On the 5th page of the report, you'll see a highlight of upcoming events and meeting dates. And at part 12 of the report, you'll see useful links to the OPSBA website, including the 2022-2026 Good Governance Guide, professional development for trustees, OPSBA news, and a link to the OPSBA members area, which I encourage all to have a look at. There are very useful resources and information available there. So the report is located in eScribe, and you'll also have received it by email. And if there are any questions, they're welcome. And through the chair, that's the OPSBA director's report.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Williams. Any questions from trustees on the OPSBA report? Okay. Seeing no questions, we will move on to item number 6, which is the Community Advisory Committee reports. We have the Community Use of Schools Community Advisory Committee report. If I understand correctly, we have a co-chair of the committee who is going to be speaking to this.
Yes, Chair. Shan, I'm here.
Is it Ms. Judy Gargaro?
Yes, Judy Gargaro. I'm the community co-chair of CUSCAC.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. So I have written some remarks that I'm going to read from, and I'm happy to share these with trustees. So we appreciate that staff struck a fees working group of staff, CUSCAC members, and community permit users that started meeting in July. Staff have shared data with the working group, and we have had updates at monthly CUSCAC meetings in June and then every month since September. We quickly agreed on the principles that guide the permit fees and cost recovery work. Several CUSCAC members were on CUSCAC when the RMI report was completed, and the work was done at that time to feasibly implement the RMI recommendations that were justifiable. At that time, staff shared modeling data with CUSCAC, and we collectively agreed on the current fee structure for full and partial subsidy, cost recovery, and commercial rates. There were 2 issues that were never resolved, and to a certain extent have contributed to the deficit situation that we are currently in. We think it is important to highlight these issues so that trustees understand CUSCAC's position. Firstly, a model was never approved that addressed caretaking charges on weekends to make weekend use cost recovery. Applying caretaking charges hour for hour to permit groups was prohibitive, and the fixed caretaking surcharge model that was presented at that time was not supported by trustees. Additionally, the hourly permit rates from Monday to Sunday were set using a blended rate that included a charge for space with a portion going towards caretaking cost. So all permit users were thus contributing to caretaking costs. The second point is that CUSCAC asked 10 years ago and regularly throughout the intervening years for staff to provide data on how well the model that was implemented was doing with regard to cost recovery. No such data were ever provided, so the first we heard of a large deficit was in early 2024. It should be noted that when the model was developed, there was funding for PSI, and that has since been terminated. The TDSB revised the PSI program into the LNSP program by reducing the number of schools and TDSB staff supporting the program, while still maintaining the zero-cost permits. CUSCAC was told repeatedly that the TDSB had found money to support the LNSP program from other places. We were never told that it was coming out of the Community Use of Schools grant budget line. The current facilities staff have shown a willingness to address caretaking costs and be transparent about the charges that are being applied to the CUS grant. Staff have also recognized the need to formally evaluate the performance of the cost recovery model every year. We applaud these actions. Before getting into the specifics of the recommendations, it is important to address the full context of how we find ourselves in this situation. The CUS grant has not kept pace with inflation, and the cancellation of PSI funding by the government shows a lack of respect for the value of community programming and the use of public buildings, in this case schools. While we appreciate that the Ministry of Education wants to ensure focus on delivery of the education mandate, the fact that there's been no support for community use of public spaces from other related ministries further shows a lack of understanding and respect for the value of supporting healthy communities. CUSCAC has concerns about the rates that the City of Toronto Parks and Recreation programming is paying. We know from data provided by staff that these programs contribute to the deficit, but it has not been clear if these permits will experience fee increases to help reduce the deficit that they create. We are concerned that community use provided by not-for-profit and volunteer groups is being asked to shoulder an unfair burden. Staff have indicated that other ministry programs that have been accessing the CUS grant are being shifted to other programs and will not continue to be a drain on the CUS grant. This is appropriate as these are programs already receiving ministry support and as such should not have access to the CUS grant, as this is in effect double dipping. I'd like to move on to some comments on the recommendations. With regards to the recommendation about fiscal review and validation of cost recovery, we are in support of this recommendation and look forward to the receipt of the review data. It will also be important to identify the number of groups that cease to permit space from the TDSB or reduce their use after the fee increases come into effect. This transparent sharing of data with CUSCAC will allow CUSCAC to more effectively advise facilities, staff, and trustees about issues related to net cost recovery for community use of schools. And I just want to point out that I heard Jared Westreich's delegation. He attended the last CUSCAC meeting and has been added to our communication list. And I look forward to receiving transparent data around permit use for Learn for Life. Secondly, with regards to pool fees, the increase in pool fees is considerable, but does reflect that up till now, the TDSB rates were considered below market. The fact that these increases are to be spread out over 4 installments is appreciated. The proposed increase in March 2025 will likely have to be absorbed by permit swimming organizations, as fees will already have been collected for spring pool programs. It should be noted that some swimming organizations will be able to pass this cost along to their users, but other groups will not be able to do this and will have to fundraise/pursue grants in order to secure additional funds. These March increases will not allow sufficient time to plan for the increased costs. It is true that facilities staff sent out a letter alerting permit users in September 2024 that an increase in fees was likely during the 2024-25 year, but there was no indication of the possible percentage of increase. Groups could not blindly increase their fees using a percentage that they guessed, so the February board meeting will be the first time that they hear of the actual fee increase percentages. We appreciate the pressure that the TDSB is under to balance the budget, achieve cost recovery with community use of schools, and show in-year savings. But this timing of February notification of the percentage of fee increase and March 1st implementation does not give sufficient time for swimming organizations to adjust in a way that ensures continued operation for all swimming organizations. I just want to note that since I wrote those comments, Executive Officer Puccetti has advised me it's not March 1st, it's April 1st implementation. But to me, it's kind of the same difference in the reality of having enough time to raise extra fees. So in terms of a recommendation to this point, CUSCAC members understand the fee increases, and because they are so sizable, asks that they be delayed to September 2025 and continued every 6 months for 4 increments to allow groups to effectively plan for these increases. With regards to the recommendation about facility permit fee increase, the proposal in the report identifies an initial blanket increase to all permit rates as of March 1st, 2025. The proposal that costs for weekend use will be broken into two parts for the space and the caretaking fee will be helpful to understand the next increases that will follow in 2025-26. It should be highlighted that the fee increase proposed is to the blended rate, a rate that includes the rate for the space and a contribution to caretaking costs. In the model going forward, the rate that the Monday to Friday permit users will be charged as of March 1st, 2025, will become the new rate for just the space, and Saturday and Sunday users will still have an increase applied when caretaking fees get sorted out. This proposal only works with the understanding that a 7.5% or 10% increase is not sufficient to address the deficit created by Monday to Friday permit use for just the space. It is likely that this is the case, but more data will have to be provided after this increase has been applied to know this for sure. CUSCAC members are concerned that we collectively have not identified a proposal to address how caretaking charges will be assessed to Saturday and Sunday permit user groups, and it feels that after many months we have not made much headway towards a solution. Staff have identified that the initially proposed models as part of the working group discussions created some significant increases for certain types of users, and as such, a new model for caretaking charges must be created. This model must be something that can be programmed into eBase and is easy for permit clerks to implement, while being equitable to permit users. These items are not trivial. CUSCAC has concerns about how this model will be derived and would like to be provided with the necessary data in a transparent way that allows for effective and informed advice to be provided regarding caretaking fee charges. This implies that the permit fees working group continue to meet. So as a recommendation, CUSAC members understand that fee increases are necessary, but continue to be concerned that a model of fairly applying caretaking costs is still elusive. We request that the fees working group continue to meet for CUSCAC to be more effective in providing advice regarding the caretaking fees and any additional increases that will be proposed for the cost of the space. Once a model has been established, the annual review proposed in item number 1 will be sufficient for CUSCAC to provide informed advice. Lastly, with regards to the recommendations for the Local Neighborhood Support Program, or LNSP, CUSCAC has consistently been in support of this type of programming. We have encouraged the TDSB to continue to advocate for continued support of this program with a reinstatement of funding to offset permit costs related to this program. It is always difficult to accept costs when a program has been free. The proposed implementation plan for this recommendation seems fair under the circumstances. The proposed 20% charge for LNSP users will be a large adjustment for some LNSP groups, particularly those groups where a revenue stream other than participant fees has not been identified. When PSI and now LNSP were set up, it was in recognition that certain priority neighborhood participants were not in a position to pay for essential programs in their communities. Numerous studies over the years have suggested that in many circumstances, having participants pay at least some fee, however modest, creates buy-in for the participants and can be mission enhancing. This is not to suggest that the full 20% be passed on to participants, but that some offset could be provided this way at the discretion of the program. The staff report indicates that there was consultation with LNSP user groups, and while this is true, it was not as robust as it could have been. Groups were consulted regarding their concerns, and realistically, it is likely that no additional concerns would have been identified had greater participation of groups been solicited. The issue is that the timing for this consultation was rushed, and groups did not have time to understand the issues to develop possible and feasible solutions. This engagement is necessary as it will support buy-in regarding any increases, but also for the groups themselves to benefit from their collective experience in identifying mitigating strategies. For example, during a CUSCAC meeting, it was suggested that grants from outside charities and organizations might be sought to support the programs. While it is not the TDSB's responsibility to help user groups apply for grants or to assist groups with the identification of mitigating strategies, it might be helpful for staff to provide the catalyst for LNSP groups to connect with each other in a community of practice or peer group so that they can support each other if grants need to be applied for. Interest could be solicited among LNSP programs if they wish to set up a community of practice or peer group that would be a separate entity, not connected to TDSB staff or formally to CUSCAC. The role that TDSB staff would have would be to share contact information among LNSP programs providing permission so that interested parties could connect with each other. The reason for doing this would be to help groups that do not have experience applying for grants or program support to benefit from those groups which do. This would be for the purposes of communication only with no promise of any outcome. The LNSP user groups could bring issues to CUSCAC as any permit user could, but there would be no formal reporting mechanism. So as a recommendation, CUSCAC supports the concept that LNSP groups would receive the highest subsidy possible. Further, it is suggested that consultation occurs so that groups have more time to understand the issues and suggest possible solutions that staff may not have thought of that are reasonable and feasible for the TDSB to use. In addition, it may be helpful to create a mechanism for groups to provide permission to share contact information amongst each other to allow support. TDSB would only share contact information with permission and would not have any staff responsibility to moderate the contact among programs. In conclusion, it almost goes without saying that the fee increases proposed in this staff report are considerable and will have impacts of varied sizes on community groups. We understand that fee increases are necessary, but they must be considered within the broader political, social, and financial context. Fee increases to community permit users are not the only lever that can be used for deficit reduction. CUSCAC feels that sharing community perspectives around specific issues, followed by collaborative efforts working with staff, could lead to a more significant buy-in by the community at large. CUSCAC fully understands the financial challenges faced by the TDSB and appreciates the ongoing opportunity to work with staff to find constructive resolutions. So that concludes my written remarks.
Thank you very much. Trustees that have questions can ask at this point. I have Trustee Didavides.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the delegate for the very detailed and informative presentation. First question is in terms of the proposed change to the timeline. Can you walk us through that? And just keep in mind that there's a time limit on how long I can ask you questions. In fact, like what is it that you're trying to accomplish by changing the timeline?
So for pools, it just, in particular, it just would give them more time to either set fees for the participants that will help them be able to afford these increases, or to get other sources. Some will have to fundraise. So by only giving them, 5 weeks notice before they have to pay an increased fee, even though they knew it was coming, they didn't know the percentage, then they would have to absorb this. And some groups do not have the capacity to absorb this. So the reason for the delay to September is, as staff will confirm with me, there are certain periods of time where it's possible to go into eBase to make edits to the fee structure. March is one and September is another. So I'm proposing that March is too soon, like unfair to the pools, and that September is a more reasonable time that they could prepare for.
Okay, and would that have, the way you sort of proposed, would that have a net effect for the board after a year or two, or are you looking to sort of push the timelines back in a way that sort of keeps the sort of larger objective of the board in place?
So the net increases would still occur, and the net benefit to the board would, I shouldn't say benefit, that's the wrong word. Deficit reduction would still be there. The difference is we're picking it up and walking at 6 months. So the implication is, with regards to pool fees, there would not be any in-year savings this year. And that is something that trustees need to consider, but that the net effect would be that the plan as proposed would still occur. It's just it would be walked forward 6 months.
Okay, fair. Thank you. And then in terms of caretaking fees, it's a more general question. Can you try and sort of provide us as trustees with a better understanding of on how this will affect you? So okay, so now weekend fees, and that's a new thing. So what's the potential sort of for costs for groups? Like, is this gonna result in groups having to cancel weekend activities? What's the concern?
So if it was hour for hour, then so if a program is in the school for 4 hours or whatever, then they would be shouldering the full burden of the caretaking costs, which right now it's been a subsidized version of the caretaking cost in the blended rate. And so as you can imagine, this could be quite considerable, not only for, let's say, an individual Saturday, but if you're in a school every Saturday running a gym program for 4 hours, this could get up into like several thousands of dollars that are added to your budget for the year. And so staff have acknowledged that hour for hour charge is too burdensome. So they're not putting forth a model of an hour for hour charge, because they recognize that this would increase some people's rates by over 300%, which clearly is not the intention. So what's the issue is to try and figure out how to get to cost recovery on the caretaking fees on Saturday and Sunday without having people have incredible increases of anywhere from 50% up to 300%. So there are a lot of nuances here, right? It's quite complicated. I do believe a solution is possible. It is possible. It's just we're not there yet, and I'd like the fees working group to continue so that we can continue to get data to kind of collectively work through this.
Thank you for that. And then as a bit of a follow-up to that, do you yet have a sense, the ability to sort of give us a concrete number for what a group that's out there for an entire summer, what the fee increases may do to them in actual costs? Can we sort of, because I think it would help for us to understand, are we talking about like, $500 a week for any given group, and that's their, Monday to Friday? Is it more? Like, what are we talking about? Like, are we going to see boys and girls clubs having to shut down across the city because of this, right?
So staff did include some modeling of certain groups in the report, and I have to admit, I was working while I was waiting for this, and I don't have the staff report up on my second screen to get to the details. But I think for some folks, the issue is that it may just be an increase of a couple of dollars per hour, right, for their space. And if they're only booking 3 hours of space and they do it once a week, to be perfectly blunt, that's not terrible, right? But it's for the groups that might, let's say a language school, for example, that would have multiple classrooms in a school, and every weekend, right, over the school year, this is tens of thousands of dollars, right, in terms of an increase. In terms of the summer programming, caretaking costs are not part of that if they're for fields outside. And so it would just be the increase for the space. And so it is kind of, as you can tell by my answer, it's kind of one of those, it depends, right? It depends on when you're permitting, how many spaces, and for how many hours. And so for some groups, like for example, I'll be really transparent. I'm with the Etobicoke Philharmonic Orchestra. The increases that are proposed, while I would prefer not to have them, I will be able to figure it out. So I'm not going to be kicked out of the school, but I'm just in once a week.
Yeah.
For 38 weeks. But for groups where they're in multiple times a week with multiple spaces, this is thousands of dollars, which depending on their model of revenue generation for the groups, it could result in groups saying, I can't afford it. And the TDSB really has the largest community holdings. So it's not just that it's like, fine, I won't be at the TDSB, I will go somewhere else. For many people, there really is nowhere else. And again, being fully transparent, being the community orchestra that I am, there actually is nowhere else, right? So if I'm not in a TDSB school, I don't have somewhere else to be. And many groups are like that. So this does have to be factored in, that the impact that this is going to have. And I should say that staff is aware of this. And in all of our discussions, we have talked about trying to get a balance between getting closer to cost recovery without being punitive to community groups. But even with this effort to balance, yes, there will still be some groups that will be hurt in this. And they are those groups that don't have a clear revenue stream and have multiple spaces, multiple days a week for like the whole school year.
Thank you. And I don't see a clock anymore, but if I can ask another short question.
So I guess your time wrapped up. Trustee Davidis, do you want to go back on the list?
I could, and maybe someone will ask my question anyway, so thank you.
Yeah, there are two other trustees online, so listed to ask questions. So if that doesn't get covered, please, we can add you back.
Sorry, Chair. Trustee Davidis has 2 minutes left.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I didn't see the time. It disappeared. So go ahead, Trustee Davidis.
All right, more time. My last question it's not going to take 2 minutes, I don't think, but can you mentioned towards the end the desire of the committee to ensure that the sort of groups that were receiving a subsidy continue to receive the highest possible subsidy. Is the thinking of the committee that the school board has been able to reach that balance, or do you feel that we need to do better? I don't know if it's an easy question for you to answer in your position on behalf of the committee or not, but like you obviously had the conversation. What do you want to share from what you think the committee has discussed?
So one of the things I will say is that staff, it's been a bit of a moving target with regards to data. And so many of the meetings that we had, staff were still in the process of working out what the costing would actually look like. So we haven't had a lot of actual costing data presented within our meetings. We had sort of examples, and we had a lot of discussion on principles. And that's just because it's been a moving target. Staff have been working on this. I think, full subsidy is 60%. So the fact that we're suggesting that LNSP schools come in at an 80% subsidy, I think is reasonable, that it's sort of cutting the difference. I think putting LNSP schools at a 60% subsidy would probably decimate them, right? So for 20% of, they're paying 20%, that's the other way of looking at it. They're paying 20%. In many cases, it may be, like paying $300 as opposed to $0. So that's not terrible. Whereas there's other groups where it is a larger cost, because they have more space over a period of time, which is why thinking a little bit like equity, we suggested that community of practice peer group, because there's many groups that just don't have the capacity or the facilities to understand how to apply for things or to sort of work within a structure. So by having the more experienced groups help the inexperienced groups, it sort of puts everyone on a more equal playing field. And this is really creating a balance. Ideally, we would have the LNSP permits still be free, but I don't think that can continue unless the government reinstates PSI funding. Like I think we're looking at having to have the LNSP pay something. And I think I haven't seen the difference between 80% and 85 and 90% subsidy. I don't know those totals. They weren't presented to us. But conceptually, I think 80% is reasonable, because again, there's the pressure to show in-year savings and to move towards deficit reduction. Like there's all of these things that are pushing together.
No, thank you very much for that detailed answer, Judy. Appreciate it. And that was all, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Davidis. Trustee Earhart.
Thanks very much. And I'm the trustee co-chair of the Community Use of Schools Community Advisory Committee. And I just really want to thank everyone on the committee, and particularly Judy, for the significant work that has taken place to bring this report forward. I also want to really thank Judy and the committee as a whole for their advocacy and how they have chosen to ground the discussion in the need for the value of supporting healthy communities through use of schools, which goes beyond the mandate of the Ministry of Education, but is within the mandate of the provincial government as a whole. And so I'm really grateful for that. So thank you. And thank you so much for all of the work and leadership. I'm wondering if you could tell us, just ground us a little bit again in who forms the Community Use of Schools Community Advisory Committee, the kinds of organizations that are involved, and if you have any understanding, we could ask this of staff as well, of what the broader community knows of these proposals. And thank you.
So the way CUSCAC works is we have 14 voting members, and we have made an effort to have folks represent different types of permit use. So we have arts and entertainment, so that's the group that I represent. We have faith-based groups, we have seniors programming, we have programming for parents, we have programming for children, we have sports and recreation, we have an LGBTQ2, I'm bastardizing that, but LGBTQ2 plus represent spot, on the committee. Also, we have a BIPOC spot on the committee as well. And we also include a for-profit seat because that's in recognition of quite a few of the sports and rec permitters of TDSB space are for-profit groups. So not each one of these 14 areas has somebody occupying the seat, but we allow people to get up to 14 members on the committee. So for example, we do have faith-based groups. We have two individuals representing faith-based groups. We have a number of music schools, so piano lessons and music groups, and myself as a community orchestra. We have quite a few sort of basketball programs that are also linked to educational goals as well, providing peer support for that. There are swimming programs, cricket, soccer, language schools, quite a few language schools, dance programming. So there's very diverse programming. We allow anybody to attend a meeting that's a permit user and can raise an issue and can speak to what concerns them. It's not just the members who are able to bring up agenda items. The members are able to vote. So I think, Trustee Earhart, did I answer your question?
Yes, and I really appreciate it. It's helpful just to ground us that the recommendations that these are coming from organizations, not for profit and some for profit, that represent a diverse spectrum of community use and geographic involvement, and that they have been brought through a process where advice has been shared and where they have also articulated that there could be challenges with the recommendations and the need for provincial support for viability. And so I really appreciate that. I'm going to ask, I would really encourage, just as I'm the co-chair, I won't take any more time because I've been through the report and I'm very grateful to you. I hope other trustees will ask questions now. I am wondering, when this is discussed, like this is regarding an agenda item that is 8.2 in our staff reports, I'm wondering through the chair if we could somehow get Judy online in case during that discussion it would be of assistance and support to trustees to receive responses. Just because we're having this discussion and then we're going into other discussions, it may be helpful to have her online. And I would imagine if we were all in the same room together, that would be something that may have been facilitated. So asking through the chair if that might be possible in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Arhat. Procedurally, we've always had the reports done early and the chairs present, and we collect that information. And then, because the discussion at that point would be with the staff, and when the item is on, it's with the staff. So having community representation as part of that three-way engagement hasn't been the structure that we used, but I'll consult with governance to verify. Because then it gets into a structure where you have both staff responding to co-chairs and advisory committee at the same time to trustees. It gets a little bit messy structurally, and that's what we've been using. So if it's not written as a rule, then I'll ask the governance to see if we can make that accommodation. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. And so then just in that light, I want to really just come back to areas where we feel that there was sort of broad scope agreement at the advisory committee, because what trustees will be asked in 4 areas to look at offering recommendations tonight. What I have been hearing is that there is concern around the short notice period to know the actual increase, although there was awareness of an increase, being made aware of the actual increase that would take place so that one could forecast to accommodate for like what you've had to say today, particularly in the area of pools. And then also that there continues to be the work with the Community Advisory Committee for the next phases around caretaker costing as it's applied into the 2025-26 year. Do I have that right? Is there anything just in the 4 areas that you'd like us as trustees to take in as we're going into that discussion later this evening? And thank you so much.
So thank you for the thanks. In terms of the first recommendation on the review, that had full support from the working group and the broad membership of CUSCAC, and having timely and transparent data presented, we welcome that. So that's very clear. The second one about pools, you are correct. I mean, okay, in an ideal world, there's concern about the percentage of increase, but again, we're being pragmatic. In terms of getting the fees up to a level that's more commensurate with what other pool fees for other pools in the city are. So we're sort of accepting of the percentage increase that's being proposed begrudgingly. We're accepting of that, and the fact that it's over 4 increments, again, thank you. But it's just this idea of notice, just walking it forward 6 months. And I understand that by saying that, it's going to reduce the number of in-year savings related to pools. I get it. But nonetheless, we're still more comfortable with walking it forward 6 months. With regards to the fee increases, you're right. We want to stay engaged to help understand the model that comes forth with regards to caretaking charges. This has been a thorny and elusive issue for more than 10 years now, and I applaud staff for being prepared to attack it now and come up with an effective model, but we want to stay engaged. So we would like to be able to continue having the fees working group. We understand that it's slightly burdensome for staff to have to meet with us. But I think it's been helpful to them, and it's been very helpful for us in the process to have these fee working group. And then I think I answered the LNSP discussion with Trustee Diovitas.
Okay, thank you very much. And those are all my questions. And just a sincere thank you, Judy, for your leadership, time and commitment on behalf of all Toronto school users. I hope you know that this work makes a real difference in the lives of children and broader community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Arhat, just to answer your question, I've checked with governance. What I was outlining is the correct process. So any questions to Judy will have to be done now. Even if the items was one after the other, it would have just been one item finishing and then the other item starting, just to make sure that the staff and the trustees have the dedicated time to be working out those matters in the report. So trustees, please keep that in mind when you're asking questions. That way we can get those questions out now with the CUSAC co-chair, and then we'll move on to the other items. So Trustee McLean, you're next.
Thank you, and through the chair, good evening, Ms. Gargaro, and thank you again like my colleagues, for all the work you and the committee does. And, you know, I believe that our schools are public assets and should be used and should be community hubs. And well, then we've got to turn the lights on and we've got to pay for all of this. And this has always been a challenge. And I think this is, and I want to thank, I think this is great use of our community use, our community advisory committees. Like, the board has a problem and we've got a group that has practical experience in our areas. So asking them for assistance in this manner, and they've been helpful and work and are continuing to work, I think is great. Like, I think it's incredibly beneficial to us. That being said, you didn't make our problem go away. Like, you move the ball in the right direction, and that's great. And but we've still got our problem, and your solutions, although I like them and they're creative, they don't even get to the end. There's no point at which you eliminate it. It's not just that it would take 3 years to achieve this. We don't ever get to zero, if I'm understanding this correctly. And the basis of this problem is, well, the PSI funding that's been withdrawn, but also this, the elephant in the room, which is always the weekend caretaking charges. That's always, everything else is subtle, and maybe we can do this around. And I really appreciated the idea about shared approach to trying to help people with grants and sponsorships and whatnot. But were there ideas around that, around the whole, weekend caretaking costs that could get to, that were usable, that didn't make it to the report, but were dramatic and, and were too aggressive, but didn't get that? Like, I'm interested in if there's pieces here that we can build on that may not have made it into the report that, you've discussed or at least theorized.
Sure. Yeah, I think I understand your question. So, one of the plans that we thought was going to work is establishing a sort of caretaking rate, and that it would be it would have a degree of subsidy similar to the subsidy for space, and that we'd be able to provide, just apply that. What happened when that applied is that some people ended up having 300% increases. So one of the suggestions that the group came up with was maybe the concept of having like a flat fee of, if you book a TDSB space on a Saturday, there will be a caretaking charge of X percentage of the actual caretaking rate that will be applied. But then we would create certain if-then statements for people that were going to have increases that were outside the principle of this. So that, just using the language school example, right? So you have 10 classrooms for 4 hours in a school. You're not, and the way the permit reads is that you'd have, like, for each space, you'd have the caretaking charge applied. Well, clearly this is how it gets a little out of control. So it's the idea of that you would have the caretaking charge apply to that as a block. So rather than looking at it as 10 classrooms of 4 hours each, so that's kind of like 40 units of space. So rather than apply the caretaking charge to 40 units of space, that you would apply it to maybe just 4 units of space, right? And that you would have it there, so that the idea, you could treat it as a block. So we never, this was never modeled out, but this was a suggestion. The other suggestion is that you, in an if-then statement, you say, well, nobody should be paying more than the actual 100% charge for having the caretaker in the building. So, and again, I'm making it up just for the ease of calculation, but if the caretaking salary is $60 an hour, and if I'm permitting the school for a 4-hour block, then my permit surcharge, even if I have multiple space, should never exceed $240, because now I am paying more than actually what the board is paying to have the caretaker in the building. So I think the model to go forward is going to be this idea of, for most people, having some sort of fee that's applied. So that's nice and easy to apply, but there will be some if-then statements that will come into place that will protect against some of these groups who have multiple spaces over multiple, like, long periods of time and every weekend from having gigantic increases. So what I would hope is that staff would be able to model out these if-then statements, and that we would see what that does, because we're going for cost recovery, but there's some nuances here, right? Like, to a certain extent, it depends on which part of the elephant you're looking at, and in terms of and the net needs to be for cost recovery. So we really want to make sure that we're looking at the parts of the elephant to get the whole, rather than just focusing on one part of the elephant and moving it towards cost recovery, because the net needs to go that way too. So I don't know, did I answer? Was that the kind of question you were looking for? The answer, sorry?
It is actually, and I understand the part about, like, if you rent out the music room and I rent out the gym because I'm running out basketball and we're each using it for 4 hours, there's no reason that we should both pay the $240 you described, because that creates an essence of profit for the board. And it's, we're focusing on a cost recovery model. That being said, though, that if the best case we're going to do is like cost recovery on, then how do we afford the subsidies and get to revenue neutral?
Well, the CUS grant is there. All right. So there's $3.8 million that comes as part of that. And the TDSB also has commercial rates that are being charged. And so there's ways in which the model is already designed to, I'm sort of loath to say this, but to create some revenue. So this is what I mean about having to look at the whole elephant, right? It needs to be net revenue neutral. So I think that has to be factored in as well, because there's cost recovery, but then there's also commercial rates. And the school board does take in a fair amount of permits at the commercial rate. So this kind of will offset. It's a net thing. We have to look net over this whole thing.
Okay, and my last question, and again, thank you, and through the board. Sometimes when we have this discussion, we get accused, the TDSB gets accused, which is a little bit of what I think when we heard from the delegate around the Learn for Life, a little bit around the costs that are being applied from there's a concept that this is an accounting exercise and that they're not real costs, and that these are how the board looks at it from an accounting perspective and arrives at a net loss, and it not being. Did the committee kind of get into that? The work that you did with staff kind of get into that to make that this wasn't just how we looked at things, or that the costs that were being applied appeared to be legitimate costs to the board for the use of the services, the permits that are going on within it?
So that really is another, like, that's the elephant in the room, right? Is the data that's presented and how much confidence that you have as being the true cost. In the staff in the package for this meeting, staff included the RMI report, which was done in 2014, and I was involved in the CUSCAC committee at that time. And there were some concerns. I mean, that's a very comprehensive report, but there were some concerns that the consultant really minutely like, while you do have to consider light bulbs and heat and all those other things, that it was really very minutely calculated, and it felt a little bit, to use the phrase, a bit like nickel and diming, so that when they came up with the recommendations of I think it was a 47% increase in order to come to cost recovery, the committee at that time was really concerned that there was no strong evidence that that wasn't going to generate income for the board, because the way everything had been parsed out so minutely with a portion of this and a portion of this and a portion of this, it really did seem like that model was going to create revenue for the board. So this has still continued to be the elephant in the room, because staff reference the RMI report and say, look, we never did 40% increases, and look, we're being nice to you now. We're not proposing 47% increase right now. And I mean, but we have not seen data that we can really have confidence in that increases of that magnitude, given the whole elephant, right, the whole community use, are necessary in order to get to cost recovery, right? And it's the idea of, as Jared Westreich said in his presentation, when the Learn for Life programs weren't there, the caretakers were still in the building. So we get into this issue of, is it really the case that if it wasn't for the community use, that the caretakers wouldn't be there, right? And so it's this idea of, should we really be paying, like, should it really be net zero on the caretaking cost for community use of schools? Or is there not? Because obviously the caretakers aren't sitting around doing nothing. They are actually doing things that they need to do as part of their job. So it is complicated to try and work that balance, but that's why there really needs to be this transparent sharing of enough information where we feel that the numbers that are being presented to us are the truthful numbers about the cost of community use and the proposals and how they go towards potential cost recovery. And so these are the challenges. I mean, and I alluded in my remarks around the lease agreements that Parks and Rec pay. That's been a little bit of a black box. And it would be nice if it was less of a black box. And I understand that those are lease agreements and they have to be negotiated, but really, frankly, the city needs to be shouldering their portion of the deficit as well. And we have not had clear communication that in renegotiating those lease agreements, that they will include increases to get that use of community use of schools to be at balance.
Well, I've got 8 seconds, so I'm not going to wander into the city problem with the 8 seconds I've got left, but I will thank you and the committee for your ongoing efforts to serve the community as a whole and to help us with this specific challenge. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Any other trustees with questions? I don't see any more. I would like to thank Judy Gargaro for taking your time and also for all your work with the committee and your advocacy. So thank you for joining us, and please continue to watch online the rest of the meeting, where we'll be discussing. We have one item that comes before that, but 8.2 is the item on the permits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you. So trustees, we will now move on to, as you remember from yesterday, we already moved number 7.1 was part of the list of items that we moved yesterday to the board as approved by the committee to the board without debate. So we will now move on to number 8. Number 8, we will start with number 8.1, which is update affirming Jewish identities and addressing anti-Semitism and comparing hate and racism strategy. We will we will actually ask first the director to introduce the staff who will be presenting on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I'd like to make a few comments before introducing the staff, if that's okay. So the TDSB continues to move forward with its obligation to center the needs of students from diverse backgrounds to access and thrive in public education. All our efforts are dedicated to supporting our students learning in safe, respectful, equitable, and inclusive learning environments. We are committed to upholding human rights so that students can achieve their individual potential. Staff will be presenting the update report on affirming Jewish identities and addressing anti-Semitism. Staff have brought this report to the board to share what they have heard to date, to support the work. The work is ongoing and more consultations will be undertaken in the next phase. This report is not the anti-Semitism strategy. It outlines what staff heard from the community during the initial consultation process. The recommendations in the report are from the community for staff to consider when developing the strategy. Additional consultations will be forthcoming as part of this development. These recommendations aim to support ongoing efforts to make schools safe, inclusive, affirming spaces for Jewish students and staff, recognizing the diverse and intersectional identities within Jewish communities. I want to thank the many, many delegates who came to the board last evening to share their insights and perspectives. And I want to thank trustees as well for the hours of listening to value each of those voices. Last evening, we witnessed individuals sharing some deep hurt that is felt. The rise of anti-Semitism, the attacks of October 7th, the subsequent war in Gaza and its impacts, and the many people who've been affected are painful realities that our hearts carry, all of us. It was clear that this conversation is important, with many community members impacted. It is also really clear that there is no single story. The TDSB is not able to resolve geopolitical conflicts, but here's what we are able to do. We are able, and it is a responsibility to support our classroom environments and our students to feel that who they are, their identities, are welcomed and accepted. We want to focus on unity and belonging, where all students can thrive. So intentions were very positive, and I believe the approach is regrettably causing unintended and negative impacts. This is what we witnessed last evening. As staff share the report with you, I would like you to consider, trustees, an approach that I believe will result in greater cohesion among our staff, students, families, and community. We want to seek unity and not division. Let us value our identities, our intersectionality, and fill our classrooms with belonging and joy. We understand that addressing hate and racism also requires ongoing collaboration and support from families, communities, and partner organizations. My recommendation is to the board is to return to the concept of one unified strategy against racism and hate. This approach is in keeping with the federal government's document released in September 2024, Canada's Action Plan on Combating Hate. This approach will need the endorsement of the Board of Trustees, as we understand there are current resolutions to build separate strategies. This one anti-hate and anti-racism strategy would continue to be a community-led and TDSB-facilitated initiative and would include pillars that are common to all identities: the need for representation, professional development, and resources and inclusion of all students will also have specific elements that are unique to communities. When students experience hate or racism, we will diligently respond. That is our responsibility. We will access central supports and resources and act in accordance with our obligations in our policies, our procedures, and in legislation. We want to build shared understanding with all parties and most importantly, educate and repair harm that has occurred. I appreciate your consideration, trustees, of this pathway as a recommended way forward. I believe that we are stronger together and a strategy that unites us will help guide our way because we are a TDSB family. I would like to turn now to Associate Director Salmon to present the report on the consultation.
Thank you, Director Latouche. Last evening, staff listened very carefully to the many delegates who shared their perspectives and lived experiences. This evening, I have the opportunity to introduce the report on affirming Jewish identities and addressing anti-Semitism. This report is part of TDSB's broader anti-hate, anti-racism strategy and reflects the voices and insights shared by some Jewish students, families, staff, and community organizations. We will be speaking to three key areas. Number one, the consultation process that we undertook, what we heard from community, and some of the key next steps. I would like to introduce System Superintendents Ronnie Felsen and Debbie Donsky and express my sincere appreciation for their leadership in this work. Ronnie?
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, and through the chair. In December 2023, we were advised that the strategy was to be community-led, which is why our focus in the initial year was with community organizations, agencies, and groups. The consultation process undertaken with the community was extensive. We had also intended to create opportunities for these groups to come together a few times over the course of the year to engage with us in planning, resource creation, and knowledge sharing. However, after our first couple of meetings, we needed to shift our approach to engage as many voices as possible. At the end of each consultation session, the working group requested recommendations for other agencies and organizations. Consultation meetings were held with 35 Jewish agencies, organizations, and groups representing a broad spectrum of beliefs, affiliations, practices, and political views. We also consulted with the Government of Canada's Office of the Special Envoy on Preserving Holocaust Remembrance and Combating Antisemitism. As well, we met with the executive of the Jewish Heritage Committee, as well as many staff advisors of Jewish student associations or Jewish student unions throughout the TDSB. In the report, you will see that Jewish students were consulted through the Jewish student unions or culture clubs or affinity groups representing 20 different schools, which is approximately 20% of secondary schools in the district. The actions in the report came from community. At the end of the consultations, the actions were pulled together and organized by theme based on patterns of feedback. I'll turn it to Superintendent Debbie Donsky to share what was heard in the consultations, which led to the actions in the report.
Thank you, Superintendent Felsen, and through the chair. Some of what we heard from community included community consultations revealed significant concerns about anti-Semitism in TDSB schools. Reports of Jewish students and staff experiencing exclusion, hate speech, and vandalism. Education about Jewish identities needs to go beyond Holocaust education. Anti-Zionism was frequently identified as a form of modern anti-Semitism, with some Jewish students and staff being targeted based on their perceived association with Israel. Requests for stronger accountability, improved reporting mechanisms, and increased representation of Jewish voices in equity work. These represent significant themes that the community outlined needed to be addressed in the final strategy. If unique strategies continue to be developed, the strategy is to be developed in phases. The next phase for the development of the anti-Semitism strategy will include further community consultations throughout the district with parents, guardians, caregivers, and staff. I will now turn it back to Associate Director Salmon. Thank you.
Thank you, System Superintendent Donsky. I would also like to acknowledge the work of the team that is behind the team, System Superintendent Murray, Central Assigned Principal Carrero, Macedo from the Partnership Department, Dr. David Cameron, and also Mr. Ellis, the Executive Officer for People and Culture. They are also here in order to support the team, and I will turn it back to the floor for questions from trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Trustee Laskin and Trustee Walker-Rotman to start. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to make a statement. I have it written so that I could stay composed. I learned the value of public service when I was a child in Thunder Bay, where my father served as mayor and my mother was active in a number of social causes. Although there were over 75 Jewish families living in and around the synagogue in my parents' generation, my father described the street where he grew up as a League of Nations, with neighbors from everywhere around the world. People cared for one another, and it influenced his life and mine. There's no question that my running for trustee in 1997 was in no small way influenced by my parents. Through them, I witnessed firsthand the values of respect for differences, ethical leadership, personal integrity, social justice, and the art of the possible. It was important for them to establish in their children a sense of social and moral responsibility, not only as Jewish people, but as citizens of Canada. And I try to follow in those footsteps to build a more humane world. And that's where my professional and personal life intertwine. It is because we are the largest and most diverse school board in the country that we have a unique set of needs when it comes to what is required to best support our students. With hatred on the rise, it's our responsibility to educate all forms of hate, educate against all forms of hate, and that must include anti-Semitism. But it's been forgotten in this board. In 2017, the Enhancing Equity Task Force mandate was to support the TDSB to ensure the framework of equity for all infused every aspect of the board's work so students could achieve. Equity is a question of fundamental human rights. It's also the foundation for excellence for all students and for student achievement and well-being and belonging. Back in 2017, I had to add anti-Semitism to the task force mandate. It was forgotten. In 2019, I moved to begin to collect data on incidents of hate, bias, and racism in our schools, so anti-Semitism would never be forgotten again. And in 2021, when we moved that the director developed an action plan to address serious issues that were raised during the Integrity Commissioner's report in a code of conduct complaint against Trustee Rotman, and to provide an interim report on the actions of the board, in March 2022, we asked to consult with community partners and the board's Heritage Committee and parents and students and guardians. That's where the student learning strategy was born. And that student learning strategy was approved by the board, not received, approved by the board in March of 2022. It included concerted efforts to address racism and hate of all forms and to work to find new ways to identify and eliminate the barriers to an inclusive and just educational system. And then we had updates. The staff update from March of 2023, staff expanded that work into 6 pillars, and then updates continued, and those 6 pillars were reflected even in tonight's report for receipt. Our students and staff deserve to be in public schools where all human rights are protected and the board is not divided on that. We aren't divided on that, and we hold this position of responsibility that we cannot lose focus of what the strategy is in response to the data from the portal, and that's to educate against hate. Data is only data if we don't do anything about it. So what's it telling us? Giving rise to anti-Semitism, we're obligated that anti-Semitism work is embedded in the work of anti-racism and the equity work of the board. But to date, it hasn't really been, and we have to fix that. On the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, the World Jewish Congress president said, "The Holocaust was fed by the indifference of people who thought they were not affected because they were not Jewish." 10 years ago, he went on to say, in 2015, at the 70th anniversary, Auschwitz survivor Roman Kent said, "We don't want our past to be our children's future." And that stuck with me, and I've been haunted by those words. My grandparents' generation experienced anti-Semitism. My parents' generation experienced anti-Semitism. My generation grew up with very little hate. But here we are in 2025, and we can't let anti-Semitism permeate and affect students in the Toronto District School Board. Thank you very much. I'm asking staff to do better.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Laskin. I would like to now go to Trustee Larka-Rotman.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. I want to start by acknowledging and thanking our Jewish Heritage Committee volunteers for all of the incredible work that they do. I want to thank Ronnie and Debbie for your exceptional work on this report. This report is honestly the first time in my 8 years at the board that I've ever truly felt seen by a staff report. I personally experienced anti-Semitism growing up, but nowhere near the amount that I've experienced within my time here at the board. Before becoming trustee, I might have told you that anti-Semitism in Toronto was somewhat minimal. But what I've witnessed these last 8 years, what I've seen in our schools, what I've heard from my community, and what I have experienced personally in my time here has truly opened my eyes to the level of hate that surrounds my community in a way that I will never be able to unsee, to the point where my own family has had many conversations as to whether it is safe to continue to raise our family here in Toronto. There have been many times where it has been extremely painful to stand in the boardroom, or where I've been honestly just embarrassed to be associated with the TDSB in any way. Last night may be the most offensive experience I have had to sit through as a Jewish woman on this board. The amount of anti-Semitism that was on blatant display last night was gut-wrenching. Not only did we hear an overwhelming number of factual and historical inaccuracies, but full-on anti-Semitic tropes, including blood libel, global Jewish power, and Holocaust inversion. Notably, we heard from one delegate who claimed that she was a relative of well-known Holocaust survivor Bill Gleed. I was contacted by Bill Gleed's immediate family, who have asked me to clarify that this individual is not known to the family, and they are disgusted that this delegate would try to use his name to justify her hateful politics. Bill Gleed was a proud Zionist who helped Jews immigrate to Israel and visited often, and he would be horrified that his name was being violated in this way. I implore my colleagues to recognize that while we heard loud voices last night, they represent only a minuscule percentage of the Jewish community. You heard from 60, 70 people last night who came here out of hatred and animosity, many of whom were not Jewish or do not reside in Toronto. I can show you 50,000 who came out to the UJA Walk with Israel in Toronto last spring, who stood together in unity, in pride, and solidarity. Our community doesn't often agree on much, but the core Zionist belief in Jewish right to self-determination is one area where over 90% of Jews in Canada stand united. And the fact that so many non-Jewish people feel so comfortable coming here to speak over Jews tells you everything you need to know about the current state of anti-Semitism in our board and in our city. However, reading this report was honestly the first time where I felt a little bit of hope, where I feel like we finally have a chance to do something good, to take baby steps in the right direction. The road will be long, but I am encouraged by what I see before us. This report captures what community has told us with respect to fighting anti-Semitism in our schools, many of which I've heard from my own constituents, my community in York Center. I'm pleasantly surprised to see a report of this candor. For the first time, we are not tiptoeing around the problem in our board. In June, Director Russell Rollins promised that that the anti-Semitism strategy would look at tackling anti-Semitism in all its forms. And I'm pleased to see that actually materialize in this report. I feel like I can finally start to see the outline of a path forward for this board, who has come under so much scrutiny around anti-Semitism in repairing our relationship with the Toronto Jewish community. This report recognizes an important truth about anti-Semitism, that it shifts and adapts with the times in order to persist over the last 2,000 years. In biblical times, Jews were hated for our monotheism in a polytheistic world. In medieval times, we were hated for our religion. In the Renaissance, we were hated for our culture. In the 19th and 20th century, we were hated for our race. And today in 2025, we are hated for our state and our desire for an expression of national self-determination and returning to a people on the world stage. Hatred of Jews today is increasingly presented as hatred towards our state and against those who dare to believe in their right to independence as a nation and a people, and an attempt to criminalize and subvert that expression. That is the latest manifestation of anti-Semitism as it presents as anti-Zionism. They will tell you they don't hate Jews, just Zionists. Let me translate that for you. They don't hate Jews, they just hate 9 in 10 Jews. Such a position would not be tolerated towards any other minority community. A strategy to address anti-Semitism that fails to meaningfully take on anti-Zionist manifestations as outlined and explained in the IRA handbook, and which poses a threat to the modern community of Jews, would be a catastrophic failure to Jews of today, and would skirt around the most pressing and visceral form of hate being faced by Jews at this very moment. There is an inextricable core Zionist spirit within Judaism that situates and ties Judaism to the land of Israel, that is the focus of Zionism and Jewish self-determination, where half of the world's Jews reside today. Jews pray towards the land of Israel. Half of Jewish biblical commandments intrinsic to Jewish practice are tied to the land of Israel, and Jewish holidays are tied to the land of Israel and its people. Our 3 major festivals focus on pilgrimage to Jerusalem, and today, Jews in Canada and Toronto celebrate the Jewish holiday of Tu B'Shvat, the New Year for trees in the dead of winter in the aftermath of a literal snowstorm with barren trees that will not bounce back for months, because Judaism isn't tied to Canadian or European agricultural cycle, but to that of the land of Israel. Jews are taught that we are responsible for one another, including the half of whom reside in Israel. And it is no wonder that 9 in 10 Jews have an affinity for Israel, the land, and its people's right to exist. This is an inextricable part of our heritage and identity that cannot be taken from us, no matter how inconvenient it is to the politics of agitators who showed up last night in a coordinated ambush. And our identity and belonging matters, as does stamping out the hate directed at us for it. I'd like to go back on the list, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Locke-Rotman. Trustee King, next.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. Just want to start by acknowledging everybody that has contributed to this work, which we've heard described as both hopeful and challenging. I have a couple of comments and questions, and I may need to return to the list. I wanted to start by just speaking about communication as it relates to the content and the purpose of this report. And I know that the director and the chair have both prefaced with some comment, but given that effective communication is a condition of our multi-year strategic plan, I think it's important to reiterate. On an item like this that is so personal, political, and high profile, I think that it's unfortunate that there was misunderstanding of this report as the strategy. And I think that that lack of clarity really contributed to anxieties and increased workload and didn't demonstrate the best care for our TDS community, as I think that we all want to reflect. So I'm just asking staff to consider adding some clarity as they move forward with next steps in spaces where we see terms like presenting information or submitting draft recommendations. I'm asking for some expansion on clarity so that we can manage expectations on what's being brought forward. And I specifically want to ask for clarity around a statement that appears on page 3 of the report. It's the very bottom of the context section, top of page 3. And it says that various TDSB departments will review the recommendations to determine each action's feasibility and develop an actionable implementation framework. My question is whether this means to staff that they would be accepting the recommendations received as part of the consultation at face value and without nuance, and that the evaluation of feasibility would be based on mainly financial and human resources. Would that be an accurate interpretation of staff's interpretation?
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you very much for the question. Part of what you've outlined in this particular question, the fact that when we get the actual recommendations coming from each of the working groups that have been created, we will need to go forward and look at it. And one person I did not mention in my opening introduction was Mukherjee Ibrahim, who is the human rights person. So we need to make sure that we go through human rights, that we go through people and culture, that we ensure that from a legal perspective. So all of those terms and conditions, we need to make sure as we go through with the recommendations that staff has looked at all of them and their feasibility, and of course, the financial aspect of it is also important. So all of those factors would come into consideration when we go through and review the recommendations coming out of the working groups. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So that would lead into my next comment and question. So between the consultations and the delegations, we obviously heard a diversity of opinions and experiences of anti-Semitism, and I don't think I have to reiterate the different viewpoints that we heard. But given that we have a definition of anti-Semitism that we have adopted and use, but we've also heard about nuanced implications, I'm wondering if staff can speak further to what the human rights and legal resources or frameworks that are going to be employed to help guide considerations of the recommendations. I understand, to the director's point earlier, that there are issues that are beyond ours to resolve, but to some extent they're going to have implications on how the recommendations are taken up and the feasibility, to the associate director's point. So could you speak further to what staff have in mind in terms of frameworks that would help inform the building of the strategy?
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm going to ask System Superintendent Murray to start the response to this particular question. Ms. Murray?
Good evening, everyone, and through the chair. Thank you for the question. One of the things that we recognize is that component is something that is what we're working towards. There's so many different spaces in terms of legal understanding on this. So know that in part of the work moving forward is really finding those frameworks and those legal spaces that will really help us ground some of the recommendations and some of the things that we will hear, because as shared, this is just one component of those recommendations, and so other ones will most likely come forward. So we have to be able to do so. So at this moment, we don't have a specific, but know that is something that is on the to-do.
Thank you. And as a follow-up through the chair, when staff refers to next steps, including extended consultation, do you consider the consultation that you've just described and the references that the director made earlier to the Canada Action Plan on Combating Hate, would those be assumed or expected to be a part of your consultation?
Thank you. And through the chair, part of what we want to be able to do is to continue the consultation into phase 2 with parents, guardians, caregivers, with staff. That was part of what we had outlined in the report. And so using the frameworks that have been provided, we will certainly look at all of the options that are available. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, my final question is, would receipt of this report indicate to staff in any way a departure from a commitment to human rights, equity, diversity, and inclusion?
Thank you, through the chair. No, we are as committed to equity and diversity, and part of what we as staff will continue the work, and I think that that's an important piece. Although we know we're building towards a strategy, but the reality is staff have been engaged in the work throughout this process, and the work will continue and has continued. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Sorry, thank you. We will have 2 more trustees and then we will take a break for dinner. So we have Trustee Patel and Trustee Pei, and after that we will take a break and then come back.
Thank you, Chair, and to you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you, staff, for this report. And before I ask my questions, it's not about protecting a child in TDSB. We all are committed to protect any child, because every child matters to us. And again, my concerns about consultation process. Even when we discussed about Islamophobia motion, I have those questions right in front of me. How many people participated in the survey? When did the work begin? Who are included in the working groups? Like, this type of questions are again and again and again popping up. We heard a few delegates yesterday. They were teachers, they were parents, and they clearly say that they are not part of the consultation process. This concerns me, that these teachers, these parents who are part of the TDSB, whose kids have a direct impact of a policy we make at TDSB, and their voices are not heard. So my question to staff is very simple, and I always had this issue with staff of consultation process. How did this consultation begin? From staff who was part of this strategy group. Who were the partners in consultation process? How many TDSB staff participated in this process, including the senior staff? What questions were asked when this consultation were done? Who created the questions? Did any trustees were part of this? These type of questions has to be transparent, open, to make better life of our students, not just to make few happy. So my question to staff is, how did this consultation begin, through you, Mr. Chair?
Thank you for the question. So I'll begin, and then I'm going to turn it over to System Superintendent Donsky and Felsen. As is outlined in the report, the consultation process has been done in stages. The first stage included consultation with various agencies and organizations. The second stage will include consultation with parents, caregivers, and guardians. That is what has been outlined in the report, and that was the plan that we are moving forward with. I'll ask System Superintendent Donsky and Felsen to provide further input.
Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you, Trustee Patel, for the question. I can certainly understand, based on some of the comments we heard yesterday evening about concerns about the consultation process. So let me try to explain the process that was followed. And as Associate Director Salmon said, this was just phase 1, where the direction we were given was that phase 1 would be with community agencies, organizations, and groups. Our approach to the consultation, as I said in my remarks, shifted over the course of the year. However, all the meetings that we held were very similar in format. We created a PowerPoint presentation to guide our meetings with various groups. The presentation included background on TDSB's Combating Hate and Racism Student Learning Strategy, and we were supported by centrally assigned Principal Cabrera in that work with community. We discussed where that strategy fit into the overall anti-hate and anti-racism strategy. We provided a summary of PR 728, our procedure for reporting and responding to racism and hate incidents. And we provided a summary on the efforts of the work of the Jewish Heritage Committee in the TDSB. The TDSB, excuse me, the strategy was then discussed in terms of the 6 pillars, and we asked for feedback from each meeting participants, what recommendations they would have for those pillars. So rather than bringing recommendations to community groups, we solicited ideas and input from community. There was no survey. We met, to answer some of your other questions, we met with 35 different organizations, groups, and agencies. Those agencies ranged, as I mentioned earlier, from all aspects of from religious to secular, from cultural groups to groups working in Holocaust education. We met with Reform rabbis, Orthodox rabbis. We met with grassroots organizations. We met with groups that politically stand on the left, groups that politically stand on the right, and everywhere in between. It was one of our most extensive community consultations with community groups that we have ever undertaken in the TDSB. Granted, we met with limited numbers of staff because of the number of community agencies we met with. And as Associate Director Salmon said, phase 2 will be to further consult with staff, parents, students, and community. And that will form the basis of phase 2. Thank you. Back to the floor.
Thank you, staff, for that. Then may I know who were the partners, like 30, 35 community agencies and partners we reached out, and I believe it's not the staff, it's the Jewish Heritage Month Committee who reached out to them. Am I correct?
No, Jewish Heritage Month they were one group that was consulted. That was one consultation meeting that we held. The agencies that we consult, and that was just the executive, and we will be doing further consultation with staff. The agencies, as I mentioned, there are 35. I'm happy to provide the list for Trustees Weekly. I'll just give you quick thematically. We met with summer camps, rabbis and rabbinical associations, groups dedicated towards education and social justice, groups that are established partners with the Toronto District School Board. I'm just going through groups devoted to Holocaust education and the Toronto Holocaust Museum. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we also met with the Office of the Special Envoy for Combating Antisemitism and Holocaust Remembrance.
Thank you for that. And to you, Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering that any policies we make at TDSB, the work should begin with our own staff, which includes our teachers, students, and the community members, which is parents. And this is what we have done in the past when we talk about any other community consultation process. In here, we are going backwards, where the community organizations are first consulted, and the report has been brought to the staff, for the trustees, that this is the community consultations from the community. And with this consultation and the recommendations and the action items from the community members, now we are going to our staff, our students, our parents, who are directly impacted with this policy. So I'm kind of trying to understand this, that why we are going in a reverse direction, why we did not consult our teachers first, why we did not talk to our senior staff first, why not our Jewish Student Association first. I'd like to hear more about that to you, Mr. Chair.
So thank you for the question. I understand that the question with respect to who we consult with first, I think it's more important at times that we make sure to consult with all groups, and that was our plan from the very start. So our choice to consult with community agencies and organization did not negate our intention to consult with staff, with parents, and that, as you can see on the report, that was part of our work plan going forward and where we would be moving as we move forward to stage 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director. And through you, Mr. Chair, I just heard, when staff say that Jewish Heritage Month Committee did not lead the consultation part, right? So I'm curious to know in this, who makes up the working group? Who decides on the working group? I'd like to hear on that, Mr. Chair.
So thank you, and through the chair, I'll ask Assistant Superintendent Murray to start and then go to Mr. Felsen or Ms. Donsky.
Thanks so much. I just first, and through you, Chair, I first wanted to enter into why the design looked the way it did. And that was because one of the feedbacks we had received was, and this was a few years ago, was that community organizations, agency, etc., didn't feel that they were even included in conversations in regards to some of the things that we're doing within the district. And so as a result, one of the things we wanted to do was get an opportunity to hear their voices and then move into, as I said, the phase around our families and students, and then move into conversations with staff. We didn't want to start with staff because one of the feedbacks we continue to receive is that we create these policies and expectations without the voice of community. So this is why that design was created. Now, in regards to how the working group is designed, every working group is designed a little differently, but most of it isn't sitting with staff. So I'll send it to our system superintendents who were leads, an example from this working group.
Sure. Thank you very much. Through the chair. I just want to add one little piece before I answer that question. A number of the community agencies that we met with, the participants were TDSB parents. It was not an intentional like we will do in phase 2, where we're going to work to engage parents in this consultation process. But we did hear from a number of people who happen to be TDSB parents, and you heard that yesterday evening through the delegations from many of the delegates. The working group, as Ms. Murray has outlined, was comprised of me, Dr. Donsky, and we were guided through the equity department with the support of Karen Murray, system superintendent for equity and anti-oppression, as well as centrally assigned principal Carlo Cabrera, who was supportive of a number of our consultation sessions. We also were able to have the support of one of the equity coaches from the equity department to support with the engagement of student voice through the consultation with students through the affinity groups, and she was also a participant in a number of our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. We were just debating a few months ago about Islamophobia motion. And we reached probably 1 or 2 or probably 3 community organizations for that strategy. And over here, we have reached out to 30 to 35 agencies, which is not bad. I love when wider community consultation is done, because it's a bigger prospect. So, I mean, it's kind of very much tough for me to understand.
That's the end of your time, Trustee Patel.
Please put me back on the list, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next trustee before we take a break. Next trustee is Trustee Pei. Trustee Pei, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, staff, make this excellent report. I want to ask a few questions. Number one, as I understand, this report is basically a summary of the consultation outcome. Am I correct?
Through the chair, you are correct.
Okay, thank you. So we're not really voting strategy or anything like that. We're just voting, receiving the report that is a summary of the consultation, the whole process. It virtually reflects the view of the jurist community, right?
Through the chair, you are correct.
Thank you very much. Okay, my next question will be, I understand there were contentious issues through the last night delegation regarding anti-Zionism. So what it really is Zionism?
Through the chair, the way we have included it in the report is that Zionism is the Jewish right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland, plain and simple.
Okay, so what is anti-Zionism?
Through the chair, the system superintendent, if you can respond.
Through the chair, it would be the opposite of that. It would be the erasure of the state of Israel or the non-existence of the state of Israel.
Okay, thank you very much. So Zionism really is like is a Jewish self-determination that they recognize the state of Israel is their homeland, right?
Through the chair, that is what I said. It's the Jewish right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, now I want to make some comments. Mr. Chair, since this update on affirming Jewish identity and addressing anti-Semitism was put on the agenda for this meeting, our TDSB inbox has been overflowing with comments from community with over 1,000 emails, both from individuals and organizations. We have also received over 80 delegations to speak to us about this report. Many of the comments take issue with the fact the board recognized the IHR definition of anti-Semitism, and that the report in recommendation number 6 refers to anti-Zionism as a manifestation of anti-Semitism. IHRA stands for the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. It's not an association of individuals, but an association of 35 members countries and 8 observer countries. Canada is a member of IHRA and has officially adopted IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Last year, the Department of Canadian Heritage published a handbook on the application of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism in Canadian context. The definition itself is illustrated examples, and the handbook are all official Canadian government policy. So IHRA definition has also been adopted by the policy of Government Ontario. It's also used by TDSB in Equity Policy P037. Therefore, in my opinion, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism carries authority. No other definition has anything remotely resembling its widespread official acceptance. I've also read and heard the view that the board should not be treating anti-Zionism as a kind of anti-Semitism. I would not accept that. The overwhelming majority of Jews in Canada support the existence of the state of Israel as a national homeland of the Jews. Almost half of the Jews in the world living in Israel. We're not going to solve all the geopolitical problem of the world in this boardroom, much less in the Middle Eastern conflicts. But there's no way that this board can summarily reject the clear sentiments of 90% of the Jewish community that identify with Israel.
We have had significant issues with anti-Semitism in this board, with the rush of vandalism and bullying incidents in several schools throughout the city. We have had incidents over the years about students' walkouts that have led some Jewish students in a state of fear, and the misuse of the board properties to disseminate anti-Israel propaganda. Even today, this board is under provincial investigation for an incident last September where all allegations have been made that a student was set up to chant anti-Israel slogans in the street of Toronto while on a field trip. The life of distrust between Toronto's mainstream Jewish community and the board is extreme. With this report, at least the board is listening. Enormous work remains to be done, but it's a start. I urge the board to receive the report and for the staff to flesh out and implement its recommendations. This is a starting point, not an end point. But if you don't even vote to receive the report, you are sending the message to the right to criticize the country is more important than our obligation to protect the kids who come from the country are supported and that they are entitled to come to school, which is supposed to be safe and welcoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. We are going to take a half-an-hour break and we will be back. I have Trustee Arts, Trustee Earhart, and myself on the list for now. And then for second round, I have Trustee Lockhart-Redmond, Trustee Laskin, and Trustee Patel for the second round. But if other trustees would like to be added, when we come back, you can send your names in the chat. Thank you. Trustee Lee, and then we'll be back at 7:35.
I'll send it to you, Leola.
Ms. Joseph Dovas, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Do we need to check quorum again, or are we good to?
Let's just see if everybody's back. 1 second.
Sure. You good? We're starting. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Trustee Sharon is in the room. Trustee Arts?
Present.
Trustee Dawson?
Present.
Trustee DeVitis? Trustee Earhart?
Present.
Trustee Gauss?
Present.
Trustee Hastings? Trustee King? Trustee Laskin?
Here.
Trustee Lee? Trustee Lalka-Ratman?
Present.
Trustee McLean?
I'm here.
Trustee Nunziata?
Trustee Nunziata present.
Trustee Patel?
I'm here.
Trustee Pay? Trustee Rajakulisingham?
I'm here.
Trustee Rajwani?
Present.
Trustee Williams?
Here.
Trustee Suskandaraja? And Trustee Wong?
I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have four.
Trustee Delegation is here too.
Thank you.
And Trustee Lee is here.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, trustees. We'll get started back. We have Trustee Arts next.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So thank you, staff, for this update and the work that's gone in so far. So I just want to ask a question. My concern mainly here, if staff could clarify about student feedback, because that's my primary concern. So what I took away from reading the feedback was very dim and challenging perspective for students that's coming from students. So I just wondered if staff could speak to a moment, especially to the student feedback.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll ask Assistant Superintendent Donsky or Felsen to respond.
Thank you, Trustee Arts, and through the chair. Student voices were collected through a number of student consultations. We held several affinity spaces for students throughout the last year and a half in partnership with the Equity Department. There were a couple of sessions that were held with, and they were all with students from Jewish student associations, as well as students we had made contact with by reaching out to our Jewish Heritage Committee or through other staff and families. These consultations were meant to be supportive, bring community together, and then hear their voices. So as my colleague shared in the report, there were students representing 20 different schools, which represents about 20% of our secondary schools, and amounted to approximately 125 students across the district. Thank you.
Trustee Arts, are you there?
Yes, sorry.
right.
Sorry, my laptop shut down on me, so I'm just trying to call up the report again. So, like, we heard a lot of diverse opinions and last night coming from adults, a couple of students, but from the most part, adults, not, in our system, well, but not necessarily in our system, from organizations. And they are clearly very divided. But what's really important here, we can't fix the adults out there. We can't. We can't fix fissures in communities operating adjacent to, or connected to our schools. We don't have that kind of reach and power. What's important is our students. And what I read here in the feedback, as an initial piece of feedback and framework is, students who are feeling scared, who are feeling unsupported. And that's what we need to address. So I thank staff for this initial work. As someone who's been here for 6 years, I will say we never start with talking to parents first. We would never start a consultation or review work by going straight out to community. We form, staff go and properly form reference groups, working groups, and engage with experts, create a framework, gather the data they need to from students, and what we have in our system, create a framework for consultation that then goes out to the broader community, including parents and the broader staff community. That has always been our way to do this. And so I'm glad that staff continue to follow that framework. So thank you very much for this. I very much hope that the work can continue quickly, because clearly we need strategies that help, not just because of the overall rising reports across Toronto of incidents of anti-Semitism, but because our students need these resources to really help them, and the staff need these resources to help students navigate what is a very difficult climate right now. So thank you for the report, and I look forward to the further work.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Arts. Trustee Orhart.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Trustee Arts. I also wanted to similarly start by just grounding this in the experiences of children that were in this. And I've, in previous discussions on combating hate and racism, I have spoken about rights, international rights of children. And so I've got a few things here from the UN Declaration of Rights on the Child as written for children that ground me. Respect for children's views. Children have the right to give their opinions freely on issues that affect them. Adults should listen and take children seriously. Sharing thoughts freely. 13. Children have the right to share freely with others what they learn, think, and feel by talking, drawing, writing, or in any other way unless it harms other people. This was one we heard about in the delegations yesterday evening. Freedom of thought and religion. Children can choose their own thoughts, opinions, and religion, but this should not stop other people from enjoying their rights. Parents can guide children. Setting up or joining groups. Children can join or set up groups or organizations, and they can meet with others as long as this does not harm other people. And aims of education. Children's education should help them fully develop their personalities, talents, and abilities. It should teach them to understand their own rights and respect other people's rights, cultures, and differences. It should help them to live peacefully and protect the environment. This is how it is written for children. And it is something that grounds me as I think about our work in schools. In the report, what really stopped me is the following sentences. Jewish students identify under a broad range of political beliefs, and some have reported finding that isolating as well. They feel their Jewish identities are conflated with the current geopolitical conflict rather than their personal worth as individuals. And I want to pause on that because I believe every child deserves to know that they are worthy as an individual, and that includes all Jewish children in our system, irrespective of their beliefs, the beliefs of their parents, their countries of origin. I wish to reaffirm that is for all children in our system as well. And so I think it's really important in this, because we heard so many delegations from diverse Jewish community, that this doesn't become zero sum in our schools. I think it is just really important that we pause on what Jewish students are telling us of their experience, that we acknowledge it, and that we seek out actions moving forward that will reinforce the personal worth of all children in our system. And so that is my plea as we engage in this discussion. And my question is shifting to the actions, because I did find it hard, not the actions, the next steps in the report. I found it very hard in the initial report we were sent to understand what the next steps are. And I believe they're on page 6. Initiate community consultation throughout the district spring 2025. Like there's a table. I wanted to confirm that was indeed the next steps as they were envisioned. And I wanted to ask staff if, based on delegations or the reorientation that the director is recommending, that whether or not you would recommend a change in those next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, part of the next steps are important, and I think what we've outlined, especially around the first one for spring 2025, around initiate community consultation throughout the district, that's what we were making reference to. We do need to go and speak with parents, with more students, with staff, because their voice matters, and we want to be able to hear their voice in this particular conversation. As we move forward, the consultation has already been significant, and I really do want to commend my colleagues on the work that they have been doing with respect to the consultation, but we also know that those voices of staff and community are really important. When it comes to would we do anything different based on the recommendations that have come forward, I think part of the recommendation for us is that we still need to continue with the consultation process, because those voices are essential and will help to inform as we move forward. So we would certainly continue that particular aspect of it. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues have any comments with respect to this. Not seeing any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with my final time, much of what we heard was around geopolitical conflict and not about how our students are experiencing their own identity in schools. If students are saying that their identity is being conflated with geopolitical conflict, how are staff navigating this now before we come to action? I have heard that at this table from Jewish community, from Palestinian community as well. And I'm wondering how we are approaching that in our schools right now. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, I think I'm going to ask System Superintendent Murray to speak to this, because I think part of this, when it comes to educators is how we provide professional learning and opportunities to actually make connections within specific schools across the district. And part of our Combating Hate and Racism Lead Teacher program is one way of us trying to address that very thing at the granular school level. Ms. Murray?
Thanks. So sorry. Had difficulty getting off mute. Thank you for that question. And yes, we have begun and have been trying very hard to make sure that we affirm our young people. So finding the caring adult, engaging in those experiences described through the affinity spaces, they find that is affirming. In terms of a larger district conversation, we engage in multiple things. So the professional learning is happening, and we've been able to not only work with educators in classrooms, but also within the context of our senior teams and principals and vice principals. And in fact, we've been providing opportunities for them both within the district and through external experiences. We have done a multitude of support through some of our programming spaces, our social world studies. For example, in terms of programming, we've partnered with experiences with the Holocaust Museum, but we also did things as bringing in intersectional conversations around identity to our staff and to our families and even to schools. We have, beyond the student programs and affinity spaces, we have been really working on continuing to build the student and community engagement pieces. And then, of course, as I mentioned, the Holocaust educational pieces and things that will happen inside of classrooms. Just to expand on one thing quickly on what Associate Director Salmon talked about, and that is we do have a large group of educators who are representing our combating hate and racism work. These are our lead teachers, and they are meeting to really talk about what does this work look like in their schools, and to also continue to build their capacity and give specific strategies and tools that they can work within their schools and with students to support addressing issues of hate and racism. I hope that answers the question.
It does, thank you. And I'll just say I also read that Jewish student affiliation spaces are seeking bridging opportunities as well in this. So thank you. Oh, I'm out of time. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Your time wrapped up earlier, but that was the last question, so I let Superintendent Karen Murray answer. But did you want to respond to that, Superintendent Karen Murray? Or sorry, to your director?
Yes. Well, if you don't mind, if I could move forward, I'll wait for Associate Director or my director to see if they want to. Okay, thank you. Just to answer that quickly, absolutely, that's a conversation. And so when I talk about this idea of intersectional identity spaces and conversations and bring groups together, no, that's also part of some of the conversations and work that is taking place.
Okay, thank you. And my apologies, Chair. I didn't realize my time was up. Take care.
No problem. Thank you, Trustee Gerhardt. I'm going to pass the chair to Vice Chair Patel.
Thank you, Chair Shan. Go ahead.
Thank you. I also want to begin by thanking all the staff members who worked on this report, all of the people who participated in the consultation, and all those who came in yesterday, waited for many hours to make sure their points of views and perspectives and their struggles and experiences are shared, and that we had an opportunity to learn in that space. I think, this report comes with a lot of great information, a lot of ways in which anti-Semitism that's been increasing within our board and in society in general, in across the country, can be addressed. I just have two major concerns in this matter with respect to this report. First, I think there's been a lot of confusion around what this report is and what this report isn't. I want to ask through you, Mr. Chair, what led to many people believing this is the strategy for anti-Semitism as opposed to this being consultation? Can the staff shed a little bit of light on what might have caused that? Because there were newspaper headlines from across the world, some of them mentioning that TDSB is going to pass an anti-Semitism strategy. There's been news, emails and campaigns and everything around this as a strategy. Can I ask if the staff recognize what might have caused that?
Thank you for the question, and it's a really good question, and through the chair. Staff coming out of the Islamophobia strategy from December of 2024 really wanted to ensure that there wasn't a level of confusion around this issue, because there actually was some confusion around a similar thing coming out of the Islamophobia strategy. So part of what we tried to do was, by putting that this was an update affirming Jewish identities and addressing anti-Semitism. I think part of the challenge was that the second part of that, of the title of this, was "and the Combating Hate and Racism Strategy." And I think that that may have led to some confusion in the broader public, for which we certainly will acknowledge and apologize for. As we move forward, staff is going to need to be more intentional with respect to ensuring that we are very clear. And part of what we need to be clear on is that we will provide the actual consultation first before we ever provide the strategy. So for each of the 6 remaining, we will provide consultation info update first. And so we will endeavor to be clearer on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, that is exactly the issue here. This report is formulated as action plans. It brings in the staff report a series of recommendations, 7 recommendations that is drawn out of the consultation that is being highlighted. One of them has greatly caused concern from members. And it is written, it is presented, it is given in a way that this is actually a movement towards a strategy based on these recommendations. When we are hearing that further consultation is going to happen, when we hear from people, they have not been consulted. Unfortunately, because it has created that image, that's what's out there. This report needs to be fixed in a way that it reflects what this is actually. This is consultation summary. This is what we've heard from community members. And it's okay to reflect what we heard from community centers. I'm not a community organizations. And so I'm not debating any of the content. I'm debating the way this has been presented as something that is almost finalized or directional setting, as opposed to a consultation summary, because we know that this is going to continue on. So that's one of my big concern around this report. And it continues to be, because appendix is summary, but then we also have the staff report that outlines and pulls out certain type of action items. The second part is the level of consultation. I want to ask staff that many of you heard from individuals who identify as Jewish, but also they self-identified as Jewish and self-identified as anti-Zionist. And they were worried that this particular, the manifestation of anti-Zionism seen as a modern manifestation of the anti-Semitism would impact their children, which maybe the different numbers were thrown out, maybe minority, maybe half, who knows what it is. But regardless, as an equity policy, would we not have any way in which we ensure that particular concern is addressed? And where in this report does that bring that nuance? I understand that the general predominantly held view has to be reflected and so on, but as an equity policy, if there are concerns that have been raised, I want to know, was that concern raised during consultation? And if it was, why is that not reflected adequately in this report?
So through the chair, I want to make sure that we just have clarity on the nature of the question that you're asking. If you can rephrase for me, that would be greatly appreciated.
So we heard quite a bit of concern from a number of delegates that they're concerned that this particular statement, where it says anti-Zionism as a modern manifestation of antisemitism, would be impacting them, their children, when they hold that view, even though they are Jewish, and be applied on them unfairly. And that concern, did you not hear that concern during the consultation? And why is that not adequately reflected in this report? As an equity document, majority always can be captured, but as an equity document, why is that not captured?
So thank you so much for clarifying that question. And through the chair, I'm going to ask either System Superintendent Donsky or Felsen to make reference. And this part that I'd like them to make reference to is with respect to the notion of the minority perspective that you heard within the consultation that was actually articulated in the report, because we wanted to make sure that we captured the full breadth of the information and voices that we heard in the consultations. So I'll ask one of you to speak to that, please.
Thank you. Sure. Happy to do so. Thank you for the question, and through the chair. You'll notice on page 4 of the report, it does state, although the majority of organizations consulted expressed the above views, that of their concern about anti-Zionism, some of the voices shared concerns about the complexity of anti-Semitism, emphasizing the need for nuanced approaches that acknowledge diverse perspectives within the Jewish community. They critiqued mainstream Jewish organizations for conflating anti-Semitism with anti-Israel sentiment, which they feel silences alternative voices. These individuals called for equity and representation and educational practices, urging the inclusion of marginalized narratives and an emphasis on coalition building to address interconnected oppressions. So it was raised within the report. There is no reason why students shouldn't be able to express their views. I hearken back to what Trustee Earhart shared in terms of the rights of the child from the United Nations, that speaks about the importance of students being able, or children being able, to express their views, so long as it does not cause harm to another. The issue is when students who may hold a variety of views express how they feel and are told they're not allowed to feel that way. But we do acknowledge that there is a diversity of opinion and belief, and I note the word equity rather than equality, the importance that when we look at these movements, we acknowledge that it may be a smaller group, but it is a group, and they are students in our system. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think at the heart of it, we take all students' concerns seriously. We try to support impacted students, and on a case-by-case basis, we try to assess and educate as best as we can when there are situations that arise within schools that can be problematic. So thank you. Back to the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I've seen those lines, and I see the general kind of acknowledgement of the diversity of opinion, but I do think when the person who's authoring this report has pulled out a certain number of action plans and a certain number of recommendations, a key recommendation, and one of the recommendations refers to it, it hasn't adequately been addressed, that while that is important to be addressed, that there are nuances that needs to be taken into consideration. And I think that is part of the work that we need to do as an equity, and many of them self-identified as being Jewish as well. So it's not from other communities, but it was identified through there. So I'll stop there and go back on the list.
Thank you, Trustee. Thank you, Chair Shan. I'll pass back chair to you.
Trustee Lee, you're next. Trustee Lee?
I am here. Sorry, I had trouble finding the unmute button. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just want to say, first of all, team, I want to thank everyone on our staff team who has had contributed to this anti-racism and hate strategy, or combating hate strategy. And I also want to say thank you for everyone in the community who has taken part in consultations so far, because at the school board, we really need to hear from our constituents, from our community, to learn more about how you feel and what you're experiencing every day. Team, we have to recognize that the TDSB is the largest school board in the most diverse country in the world. And in this country, we have built inclusivity, respect, and the embracement of diversity into our culture, into our values, and also our core strengths. when I sat in the first part of this meeting last night, the words that I have heard from our delegates outlined very clearly, at least for me, that although we as a nation stand united as a diverse Canadian society, the rest of the world are still experiencing many disagreements that are founded on a long history of complex contexts. And these disagreements are not something that we at the TDSB have the ability, the resource, or expertise to resolve. But what we can do is to ensure that every student, no matter who they are, where they're from, have the chance to learn and study in a safe and inclusive and also respectful environment so that they can grow up with the capability to establish their own understandings on these issues and form their own opinions. I appreciate deeply what the director said earlier today at the beginning of this report presentation, because I believe that we must find common grounds upon which we all can build unity and trust. We must create an environment where we focus on the Canadian context and ensure that all students can achieve academic success in a system that is safe, regardless of who they are, what their family background may be, or what their cultural teachings have taught them. To achieve this, we must approach this anti-racism strategy in a manner that does everything to build bridges, focus on our students, and minimize any potential division. We also need to ensure that our staff members are able to deliver their core competency of educating children and do our best to take away any distractions from that focus. And we also must do it in a way that our staff can fulfill themselves through their employment experiences. Now, I have some suggestions, not on this report. I love the opinions that are shared by all of my colleagues and also by staff. But I have some suggestions that I believe will help us deliver an anti-racism and combating hate strategy that can find more common grounds and build more unity in our school board. So, Mr. Chair, I'm just giving a heads up that after the conclusion of discussions on this report, I would like to move a motion due to business arising from tonight's discussions. And to my colleagues and also the senior team, I will share wording to everyone in an email. That's all. I don't need a response, but I welcome one if anyone have them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Didaveris.
Thank you. Excuse me. Just a short statement, and then I had a few questions for staff. I wanted to echo the sentiment of what Trustee Lee was talking about, the sentiment of what a number of my other colleagues were talking about. You know, focusing and centering what we do around children is important. I don't think anybody's here for the money. And you know, these long meetings and these long processes can be taxing on everyone. I think sort of remembering that, you know, we're here to try and make education better for children and to try and create bridges and windows and doors and whatever metaphor you want to do so that children can do better is important. And that any child in our system needs to be given the same opportunities and the same equitable chances of success, regardless of their religion, in this case, or their culture. And it's important for us to remember that as we go forward. And it's important for us to remember that the folks that are sitting in the chair making decisions are making those decisions based on their best understanding and the best ability to do so. And I say this because we may not all agree about the next steps forwards on this. And with that, I'm just gonna repeat for staff's sake that we do need to do a better job of communicating what we're hoping to be able to accomplish from these processes, because they're charged, and they're charged with a lot of historical and emotional energy that you know, we're not here to solve the world conflicts, but we do have the responsibility to make sure that the children in our schools are in safe spaces. I do have a couple of questions. To be honest, they're not they're almost, I'm curious about how some of this stuff happened, and I wanted to better understand how the work of the consultation worked. I'm not going to ask how many children participated and things like that. I think some of that is in the report. But I did want to sort of understand some things, because a few things jumped out at me in terms of where the consultation is so far. And then I had some questions about where we're going next, and so on. Is there, as part of a future report from staff with actual recommendations from staff, is there a thought to having a list of recommendations that are specifically from our students? Are we gonna at some point break down some of the sort of feedback that we're getting from folks into a space where we can hear directly from the children that are in our schools?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, I'm going to ask System Superintendent Murray to begin the response.
Thank you. One of the things that we will be taking as we hear from students is that many times students also echo some of the things we're hearing within the confines of community. So theming them is going to be very important, but definitely signaling the things that are specific for students will also happen. Because we're only in the beginning of the consultation phase, and we're moving into the phase 2. I'm not sure what that's going to look like yet, but know that the idea of theming it into a larger spaces and identifying students' specific suggestions is part of the plan.
If I can ask a follow-up through the chair on that. I didn't see anything on the recommendations on what was happening on the consultation, excuse me, around you know, the use of social media apps, internet, and, you know, and a lot of bullying happens there, right? So is there going to be a conversation about how that so you know, how the students are communicating with each other, because it doesn't have, the communication doesn't just happen in physical spaces, right?
So thank you. I'm going to ask System Superintendents Felson or Donsky to respond to that specific consultation process for this strategy.
Thank you. And through the chair, I would draw your attention under the student learning strategy, the actions in the report on page 7, where we indicate provide critical literacy, education for students addressing media, social media, representations, and anti-Semitic tropes, for example. And I would also connect us back to the cell phone policy that we have been developing that also deals with many of these issues. The Combating Hate and Racism Student Learning Strategy also has key learning targets related to critical literacy as it relates to online environments. Thank you.
Chair, so I did see that, and as to comment back on that, I would think that with how a bigger factor in students' lives social media is, that we would need to take up more space as part of a response. And to my mind, that it wouldn't be insufficient. I'm not the person that's kind of laid down the law in terms of what the final sort of process is going to be in place, but that's just feedback for staff on that. Another thing that jumped out at me, having seen some of the other reports for other groups, I didn't see anything here that spoke specifically about the effect of all these incidents that are occurring, that are being reported, sometimes not being reported, and so on academic achievement. Is that something that came up in the consultations? Like, can you maybe give us some feedback in terms of what type of conversations happen around, if students are being pulled from schools or classrooms because incidents happen, that's going to have an effect on their grades, you would assume, maybe, but I don't know. Anyways, I'm curious about that.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm going to ask Dr. David Cameron to provide some guidance on that because I know that wasn't directly part of the consultation. So I'm going to ask Dr. Cameron to make reference to this. Dr. Cameron?
Through the chair, thank you, Associate Director Salmon. It's a really it's interesting idea. Belonging and identity and safety and being in that kind of space. I think you probably saw a reference in the report to some students avoiding classrooms as an example for reasons of hiding identity and things like that. So yeah, they're connected. Notions of identity and belonging in these spaces and feelings of safety, or the opposite of that, are totally connected to achievement and outcome. I think it'd be the consultations happen in affinity spaces, which are very confidential. So it wouldn't be something that we would be doing systematically in looking at how discrimination, in this instance, anti-Semitism, has affected student outcome, but it certainly is very much associated with that. And we've seen that in many instances with our youth action research work when we work with Black student leaders in relation to achievement and outcome as it pertains to racism. So they are connected, but we wouldn't do a systematic analysis of this in this particular instance.
Thank you, Dr. Cameron.
Thank you. I appreciate the response. And I guess this follow-up to that, I'd be curious if, as we sort of are moving forward with the report, if there would be then some more information, some more detail around the type of things that the students were speaking about specifically, what their input is.
Thank you, and through the chair, I think part of, as we are in many ways going through these first two strategies, and we're learning from each strategy as we go along. And part of what we're learning is with respect to the consultation process and what information that we want to be able to bring forward to trustees, because based on each one of the conversations that we have with trustees. So part of what we are hearing, certainly this evening, is the real need to be able to capture student voice and bring some of those key themes to trustees as we create these updates for trustees. So really appreciate the suggestion, and it's something that we certainly will look to, because what we're doing is trying to get better each time that we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 4 seconds, so I'll pass it back to the chair. Thank you, staff, for the answers.
Thank you, Trustee D. Davidis. Trustee Dawson next.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. I had a whole speech and set of questions planned, but I've had to totally rethink that after last night. So first of all, I want to acknowledge the amount of people who've taken the time to write to trustees, to speak to us, and to tune into our meetings, and the amount of anxiety and unnecessary harm the way this report has been handled has caused. I apologize to the Jewish identifying parents that I reached out to in advance of this meeting, who represented a diversity of opinion and thought, and asked them to send me their questions, as we all truly thought this report was the strategy and not simply a data dump from phase 1 of an incomplete consultation. Last night, we heard gut-wrenching stories. We heard about children having to hide their identities, being told to remove symbols of cultural pride, and bullied for geopolitical events beyond their control. We also heard anti-Semitic tropes in some of the delegations. We also heard the experiences of Jewish children and staff and families being invalidated, being called fringe, and even accused of being self-hating simply for not being in alignment with another's opinion. That is what I heard last night, and I cannot change what I heard. And I will say this, I have learned a hard lesson over the past 2 years in this role that repeating what I've heard is now widely accepted to be an automatic endorsement of what I've heard. I've been publicly vilified, doxxed, threatened, my family, including my own mother, threatened simply for repeating back what I have heard. The fact that I've now repeated back simply what I heard last night will be an issue now, trust me. This report is about what was heard. And like it or not, who are we to deny what was heard? I'm not endorsing or offering opinion on it. I don't get to have an opinion on this issue, to be frank. Nobody gets to have an opinion on another's truth. This report is also about what was heard, but not actually captured in the report. And that needs to be thoroughly considered. We as a board force the public time and again to share their gut-wrenching stories of hate and discrimination, all while entertaining reports for receipt. The public is under the impression we're voting on a strategy tonight when we're not. It was absolutely heartbreaking to hear from individuals and organizations I know we've heard from time after time on this issue. Just how much do we expect the public to endure through our confusing and convoluted bureaucratic processes? The general public does not know the difference between a report for receipt versus approval. I'm really glad that Trustee Shen asked the question about what led to all of this confusion, and I wholeheartedly agree with Trustee King's remarks that we need to do better with our communication. The way this report was branded, we were absolutely doomed from the outset. I also agree with Trustee Arts that we can't fix adults, but we can address students feeling ashamed and unsupported. We need to ensure that all children, and I always have to stress this, they're children, K to 12, they're kids. And we need to ensure they all feel a sense of belonging. All children, including all Jewish children, irrespective of how they choose to identify. I really do appreciate Trustee Earhart bringing it back to the student experience and the need to support and uphold the personal worth of all children in our system. And, you know, I still have a bunch of questions. Honestly, my head is spinning a little bit still from last night, and I do appreciate trustees' very thoughtful and detailed questions tonight. I may go back on the list, but that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. I'm just going to check to see if there's any trustees who haven't spoken at least once, would like to get on the list before I go to the second round. Okay, I don't see any. Okay, we'll go on to the second round. Trustee Lalka-Redmond.
Thank you so much through the chair. I just want to briefly sum up my remarks. I was almost finished, and then I do have some notes and questions on the report itself. So to be clear, just picking up from where I left off, to exclude a meaningful accounting of how anti-Semitism manifests as anti-Zionism would mean that a good deal of how our community members in the TDSB are experiencing anti-Semitism today would be erased and silenced, and that is unacceptable. In addition, we need to remember that this report before us for receipt is a consolidation of what we heard from community, and that to do anything other than receive the report would indicate that this body does not take the concerns of the Jewish community or our Jewish students seriously, that we don't care what they have to say, and that once again, Jews don't count at the TDSB. I am asking for a recorded vote on receipt of this report, and I do have a couple just notes and questions on the report itself. So the first is a minor correction on page 2 of the appendix. It states that the IRA handbook is referred to as being published by the special envoy. It is actually published by the government of Canada and is a document of the federal government. And I think that is an important distinction. On page 6 of the appendix, under employment equity, the employment equity heading, action number 1 talks about maintaining a Jewish identifying equity coach. I actually really feel that this action item belongs under the school climate and culture heading, especially in support of action 1 in that category. To me, having a Jewish equity coach is not about employment equity, but the purpose is to have someone available with the necessary lived experience and expertise to actually be able to support our schools in understanding and responding to anti-Semitic incidents. Under school climate and culture in the appendix, I also want to really underscore the importance of making sure that not only our students, but also our staff are feeling safe and comfortable. I've spoken to so many staff members who told me, you know, I'm the only Jewish teacher in my whole school. I'm the only Jew in the building. They feel isolated. They feel alone. They feel they have no support. So for action 3 in that section, I would love to see that include a system of caring adults for staff as well, to be able to support each other, especially those who may not have other Jews to turn to in their work environments. Under the student learning strategy heading, I really want to highlight the critical nature of action number 4, the importance of critical literacy education for students, especially around social media representations and anti-Semitic tropes. I think that's critically important work. I see that the social media policy is referenced here in the report. I'm wondering if staff can elaborate on how this is being enforced throughout the board, particularly among our staff. Because one concern that I frequently hear from my constituents is over how some of our staff conduct themselves in online spaces in ways that raise concern over anti-Semitism in their conduct and comments. Staff who either openly mention their connection to the TDSB online or who are readily recognizable, identifiable as TDSB staff in their online presence. So I'm wondering how staff are being held accountable for their online conduct, particularly when they're using, you know, real names, have public accounts, and have no control over how students are consuming their content or the impact that it could have.
Before I let staff answer that, I just wanted to let Trustee Lalka-Redmond know, because we are in committee, there's no recorded vote, but when this item comes to the board, we could potentially have that requested. Director, would you like to invite staff to respond to those questions?
Thank you. Associate Director Salmon.
Thank you for the question. Staff will certainly take these suggestions that were outlined into consideration. I'm going to ask System Superintendent Felsen to respond to the first part of that question, and then I'll respond to the latter part regarding social media. Mr. Felsen?
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Trustee Lalka-Redmond. We did hear from the Office of the Special Envoy and about the error in the footnote, and that has since been corrected, and it is now correct in eScribe. So the version that is now on the board site in eScribe is corrected, and it is a Government of Canada publication. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Felsen. And with respect to the social media policy, part of what we have been endeavoring to do is, through the People and Culture Department, is to follow up with situations that are brought to our attention with respect to inappropriate behavior or conduct by our staff, and having working with People and Culture and the immediate supervisor in order to follow up on those types of situations once they're brought to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question is, how is the board planning to basically to utilize the Government of Canada's IRA handbook? How are we planning to train our central staff and our educators to understanding how to use the IRA handbook and integrating it into how our board addresses acts of anti-Semitism?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask System Superintendent Murray to respond to that particular inquiry.
One of the things we are doing is many people don't have a understanding of the definition. And so bringing coherence and direction to the definition is one. It is in our, it has been adopted by the board and in the equity policy, but people, many people, staff members aren't aware of it. Some for the fact that they're new to the district, and others because they're not familiar or are aware that it's within the policy. So the idea of education is where we're heading first, but a clear out specific plan, we haven't figured what that exactly looks like yet.
Thank you. As the combating hate and racism strategy is built out over the next few years, how does staff plan to ensure that the pillars that are still to come do not disrupt or undermine the strategies currently being pursued by the board? How will you ensure that they don't undermine or contravene the anti-Semitism strategy?
Thank you. And through the chair, I think part of what we need to do and part of the reason why staff and when the director spoke originally this evening, was we wanted to be able to, by bringing forward one strategy, we will then be able to see where there's alignment, see where there's challenges, where there might be differences, and be able to address the very question that you've just outlined. And that's one of the significant benefits of one strategy being brought forward at one time. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Again, I just want to say thank you to staff for your hard work on this report. Thank you again to the Jewish Heritage Committee for all that you do to support the Jewish students and staff of our board. And lastly, I really just do want to stress the urgency here. It is imperative that this work move forward tonight. The Jewish community has been suffering, especially in the aftermath of the horrors of October 7th. And I look forward to seeing the board receive this report tonight and guiding us to take a small step in the right direction, finally. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a couple of points, and interesting what my colleague just said, because I know there's been a lot of backlash I've seen on social media about DEI, and I don't think it's about employment equity here. It's simply about representation and lived experience in order to support. That does not mean that people who are not Jewish identifying can't support Jewish students at all. I don't mean that. But I do mean nothing about us without us, which is the same language that's used for every other group within the TDSB, that there has to be, until there is education throughout the system, there have to be some key staff who are well-versed to handle like a session like last night, in terms of the polarized opposite views within the same groups. So that's a really important point to make, and I don't think we're there yet. And I would like to ask the director, how will that be managed going forward? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Trustee Laskin, if you would mind just summarizing your question again for me.
Right. I guess my goal as a trustee is that the work of fighting anti-Semitism, the work of putting on events to celebrate Jewish culture, the work of Holocaust Remembrance isn't the Jewish Heritage Committee's work. It's the system's work. I'd like to move to that place. So maybe you don't have to answer now. I'm sorry. It's probably a very unfair question, since this is just the continuation of your first meeting. But I just would really love the expertise within our staff to simply be able to support all kids. And it's probably impossible because we have so many kids from so many cultures and backgrounds and countries within our system. But I reflect back on just the, where it all started from, and that was the statistics. And the last report we got on the RBH hate portal data came last February, so literally a year ago, and it only reported the fall of 2023. And the summary of those findings compared to last year, there was an increase in incidents. 211 more incidents were reported in that time frame. 81% of those incidents were slurs and comments, and 36% occurred in our classrooms. 80% involved racism, and was the case last year, the vast majority involved anti-Black racism. And the proportion of incidents that involved anti-Semitism increased by a full 5 percentage points from 10 to 15%. Anti-East Asian racism increased 4 percentage points, 6% to 10%. Islamophobia and anti-Middle Eastern racism, which is what the data said at the time, each were up 4%. So I really think that, you know, if we look at our data, these are incidents happening in our classrooms. I guess I'm just hopeful one day of a system where all our educators, our teachers, our principals, our administrators, and our education workers, you know, have a built-in empathetic understanding to listen. If somebody says they've had an incident, that they are believed and supported appropriately. And then one of my points has always been, how then do we help both the person that has been a recipient of the hate and the person perpetuating the hate? How do we educate them against the hate? Because that's frankly the whole point of collecting the data. So I really wanted to make that point, to bring it back to why we started on this journey and the obligation that we have as a school board to do the best we can to address the hate within our classrooms and support all our students and all our staff. And I'll stop there and see if the director, although very new, is very experienced, new for TDSB, but very experienced, if he has a comment through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. I'll just ask the director to add in.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Trustee Laskin, I appreciate a number of the things that you said, because I think that they really articulate a vision for who we want to be as a system where every student, regardless of their identity, can feel welcome and safe and can be assured that if they have been harmed for any reason, and in this context, because of their identity, be that Jewish, be that Muslim, be that Black, be that gay, be that any aspect of their identity, that they know and can have confidence, and their families can have confidence that the systems got them. And what that means is that we've got them, we've got the students around them, we've got the perpetrator or the person who did the harm, and that the matter is going to be investigated, that the matter is going to be dealt with, and that there is that learning piece. Because at the end of the day, who we're talking about are our children. And children make mistakes. Children make poor decisions sometimes. And regardless of what has occurred, families want to have confidence and kids want to have confidence that they're coming to caring environments where they're going to be loved, where they're going to be cared for, and where harm will absolutely be dealt with. And so I know that I'm jumping in as the new director on a moving train. I think TDSB is well known to be a leader in many ways. And clearly, as we're hearing from as we heard from our delegates, as we're hearing from trustees, it's not a perfect system. And I appreciate the intention behind the approach that has been embarked on here. And the goal of coming back with a suggestion around finding common ground is exactly how to meet that intention in a way that brings us together, but that still helps us to target action where that action needs to be taken. So I appreciate your question, Trustee Laskin, and can commit to taking that away and looking at it carefully and engaging in dialogue with our team to see how we can continue to do that better. I think the last piece that I will say on this, Trustee Laskin, is kids across TDSB, regardless of their identity, are taught by teachers of many identities and are in schools with administrators of many identities and are cared for in environments with caretakers and secretaries and folks of all roles of many identities. And I think that we can't rely on a single like identity to champion, action related to that identity alone. So what I'm saying is that this really becomes all of our jobs, all of our responsibilities, or rather responsibility. And I believe that it has been the system's commitment, and I'm pleased to be joining on that train and recognize that because we're not perfect, we're listening to the feedback of trustees, the feedback of the community, and will continue to listen to the feedback of staff. And what I really appreciate as well is bringing that back to the feedback from our kids. Who have articulated through surveys over time and who will articulate through these consultations as well, where they're being harmed, where the opportunities are to do better, and who have some ideas, because oftentimes the ideas are in the room, who have ideas about how we as adults can serve them better and serve them together. So those are some of the things that I'd be thinking about, Trustee Laskin. It may not be a perfect answer, but I am committed to taking this back and continuing to work with the senior team and with an entire system to build coherence and consistency about what we believe and about where it is that we're going and about what this looks like. And the goal, of course, is to make sure again that kids are feeling safe, that they're feeling included, and that they're feeling welcome in each of our schools, regardless of who's teaching them, regardless of the location of their school, regardless of their identity. That would be our commitment.
Very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll go back to my questions straight to the staff. So in the current working group, the stakeholders we have, do we have all those stakeholders, or did the stakeholders take a part who had a different opinion on this report? Like, did we have anybody in that working group who had a different opinion on this recommendations? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and through the chair, I think as we've stated, there is a section of the report that speaks to the differing perspectives that were outlined and that were heard in the consultation process, and that has been included in the actual report. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, where can I find those difference of opinion consultation recommendations?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Ms. Donsky, who referenced it earlier, to provide that information to the trustee.
Later means tonight, or it will be in Trustee Weekly?
I will actually provide it. Ms. Donsky, are you able to pull that up again? Because I know we made reference to it earlier in the evening. Or Mr. Felton.
Go ahead, Dr. Donsky.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Superintendent Kelso.
Thank you. Through the chair, Trustee Patel, we will provide the list to you in Trustees Weekly. There are about 5 or 6 organizations that we met with that certainly hold opinions that are different from as you identified. We have a range of organizations with many different opinions. And again, we'll provide that to you in Trustees Weekly.
Thank you, System Superintendent Ronnie Felsen, and I would really appreciate it if those difference of opinion were included in this report. So saying that, I do have a motion which refer this report back to staff, and I would like staff to put that motion on the floor. All right, trustees, colleagues, I mean, you can see it's a very straightforward ask, because we heard from System Superintendent Ronnie Felsen that more information, difference of opinions will be provided in the next Trustee Weekly. We are still not sure that staff will accept the 7 recommendations provided by the community. Will that be part of their final report? So those type of clarifications are definitely needed. Definitely, we all are not expert, but we need to consult people who are expert in this field. Difference of opinion is always good. We are at the board, we are 22. We all have difference of opinion, but at the end of the day, we get together and agree on something, but with clarity. What I'm asking is a clarity. What I'm referring is to listen to those people who believe that they were not been heard. That's what consultation is all about. So it's a very simple ask. If you see that number 1, continue with the broader consultation to address the concerns raised during delegations. And when I say that, when my friend Trustee Pei asked about definition of Zionism, and System Superintendent had an opinion on that. Me, as an outsider, should accept System Superintendent Ronnie Felsen version of Zionism and anti-Zionism. Is that the TDSB version? Does TDSB know the real version of Zionism, anti-Zionism? So these are the questions I like to know. I do have Jewish friends who have different opinions on Zionism and anti-Zionism. Their version of Zionism and anti-Zionism is completely different than when I hear from somebody else. So this is what I'm asking in my motion, and it's a very simple ask that this report should go back, ask for a wider consultation, because there are lots of other partners who wants to be part of this. We heard about DATAs. Trust me, I had a student, not a Palestinian student, a Muslim student, who was given an award to be the best student in the classroom. He was given a certificate of $500 by TDSB. But for one of his actions, he was told to return that $500 back, and his badge was taken back. What we are doing is hurting kids. We heard from the parents of the Jewish families yesterday. What happened in the classroom should not happen, definitely should not happen. It should never happen to any child. Any form of discrimination is not accepted. Before we make any policies, instead of rushing towards any policies, which impacts directly to those students, to the parents, we should think 10 times. We should ask for broader consultations, not the few we like. So that's my simple ask. If you can see, it's number 1 is continue with the broader consultation to address concerns raised during delegations. Number 2 is clearly articulate which sections of the reports are finding from the consultation and which reports are suggestion from the staff. Because we are not clear yet on number 2. We are not clear. And number 3 is it's also a very simple ask, because we heard from Chair Shan that this document created such a big noise in the community that, this is an actual document. So please, I like my trustee friends to support this document, to support this motion. It's not against any.
That's the end of time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Pei? Oh, sorry. Do we have a seconder for this?
I can second the motion. Trustee of the week, please.
Thank you, Trustee Dideveris. Okay, we'll go to, so the speakers, now there is a motion on the floor. If you're speaking on the motion, I only have Trustee Pay on the list. Trustee Pay, do you want to speak to the motion or you want to speak afterwards?
Sorry, Chair, I'm a bit confused. Like I thought we haven't finished the.
Trustee Pay, I'll keep you on the list for the main item. Now I have.
Okay, sure. Okay, yeah.
Trustees who want to move the motions here. So like we'll talk on the motion. Trustee McLean and then Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, but I wanted to speak to the broader topic as opposed to the motion itself. Thank you.
Oh, you want to speak to the broader topic? Okay. Trustee Pay and Trustee McLean. Trustee Laskin, do you want to speak on the motion?
I absolutely want to speak on the motion, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. After listening to my colleagues talk about clear communication, I find this motion completely disingenuous. That the report update continue with broader consultation, that is part of the process that is in the report. It doesn't have to be sent back to staff to add that item. That is part of next steps. Number 2, clearly articulate which sections of the report findings are from the consultation and which sections are suggestions from the staff. That was asked and answered. This implies that there are sections that were written by staff, and that is false. It was answered by the staff that this whole document and appendix was part of the findings. In terms of the comment that was made, that the difference of opinion wasn't in the document, respectfully, Dr. Donsky read out the paragraphs in the document that spoke to the differences of opinion. So I really feel like this is really misleading. This implies things that simply are not factually correct, because I will repeat again, it does not have to go back to staff to continue with the broader consultation. That is exactly what is in the beginning of the report. And number 2, which sections are findings implies that this was not a true consultation. And I really resent that implication, because that question was asked and it was answered. Regarding the chair and director release a statement after the board meeting, I have no issue with that, but we can only do that when we receive the report. So I absolutely do not support this. I urge my colleagues also not to support this, because it implies things that simply are not true and will further make distrust and erode the trust of this board. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. I'll go to Trustee Lalka-Ortmann.
Thank you. Clearly, I'm going to have to repeat something that I said just a few minutes ago. To do anything other than receive this report would indicate that this body does not take the concerns of the Jewish community or our Jewish students seriously, that we don't care what they have to say, and that once again, Jews don't count at the TDSB. And to be very clear, Zionism is the belief in a Jewish right to self-determination. Full stop, end of story. Don't take anybody else's words. Stop speaking over Jews. Honestly, God give me the chutzpah. God give me the chutzpah to speak over another community in that way. Seriously, it is so. I implore my colleagues to reject this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lalka-Ortmann. Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. There's been a lot of talk about effective communication this evening and the impacts when we miss the mark there. And I think that as we consider the next steps and consider our roles, one of the best things that we can do to assist this process is to be very clear as trustees as to what our suggestions and our expectations are of staff in the process of the forthcoming reports. Normally, we would do that through resolution. That's the way that we are normally clear in our direction. in a form that's on public record and produces accountability for the public. But as we heard from the director earlier, we have a director who is freshly aboard a moving train. He has articulated a vision for moving forward. And I think in the spirit of good relationships and community, which is also part of what we are endeavoring to build in our plan, that we may want to consider giving him an opportunity to show that he has heard and can lead based on the feedback that's been provided. But with that, I do want to ask just more directly of the director his feelings toward Part B of the motion, his willingness to release a statement. And I'm wondering his thoughts on if there's any willingness beyond that, maybe to share something that articulates the commitment of hearing the various concerns that you've heard from the floor today.
Director?
Through you, Chair, to the director.
Thank you, Trustee King, and through you, Chair. In terms of releasing a statement, fundamentally, I want to, I guess, underscore some of the earlier comments made about the importance of clear communication. And I acknowledge that in this circumstance, there has been some confusion in understanding what was being brought forward and the context in which it was being brought forward. Some clarification was offered around this being a consultation report and not a strategy. I guess I would have a question, Trustee King, moving towards a response. If the intent behind B is to further clarify that we're in the process of consultation that will inform the building of a strategy as opposed to a strategy. And just to kind of reiterate that point, is that the intent behind B, or is there another intent?
Through the chair in response, it's not my motion, so I'm interpreting B as we see it to be a statement that's articulating the decision around, I believe, the distinction between the accepting of consultation versus a strategy, but I would leave that to the movers to clarify. I think that my question was perhaps a little presumptuous and going beyond. I think what B is asking about, and I think what I am looking for is whether there is a willingness just to affirm some of what you've heard today, specifically around really being able to take away some of the nuances from the consultation. I think we heard, really wanting to hear a distinction of student voice, just some of those pieces that we have assurance that we are going to see those in the next stage of a report and not feel like, we're still a step behind. We heard a lot of people, speak about feeling like there's hope. There's so much hope in this being a small step forward, and I would hate for it to feel like a step behind for anyone. I think that, as much as I am aligned with, that vision of unity and the spirit of inclusion that we want to move forward with, I think there's always just a fear of the reality of the perception that for some folks, if they don't hear something articulated, they feel like it's a step back. They feel like talking about unity might be a way of dismissing some valid concerns that have been heard. And I think I'm looking for reassurance that we're looking to move away from that, and whether or not that could be captured in a statement from you. And I guess the question would also have to go to the movers if they wanted to consider that as well, but I wanted to ask it of you.
Right. Thank you, Trustee King.
Go ahead, Trustee. Can you, Trustee King, can you clarify the last part of the question for the mover? Trustee King?
Yes, I was just unmuting through you, Chair. I was asking a question that goes beyond B to as well as articulating the decisions made, whether there could be consideration for having this capture a commitment to taking and acting on the feedback and the suggestions heard from trustees.
To be very clear, Trustee King, thank you for that. So are you asking us to include the suggestion from the trustees, or are you looking for a specific answers from number 2?
Through you, Chair, I think I was first just wanting to hear a bit from the director on whether that was something he would entertain. And if so, I think I'd be looking to ask if that would be an amendment or an addition that the movers would be willing to entertain.
Through you, Chair to Trustee King, if I'm understanding your question correctly, I think that we can utilize a statement to demonstrate the system's commitment to having heard what the feedback that trustees have offered, to demonstrate a clear commitment to anti-Semitism and to all forms of hate, and a commitment to continuing to listen and find opportunities to become better at a system to move towards a vision that I have articulated. I think that we will need to really consider a strong communication plan all the way through this process, and really not rely on a single statement to achieve all of that. But I think we can certainly begin by reflecting some of the things that we've heard here this evening and last night in a statement that we craft.
Thank you. And to you, Mr. Chair, like it clarifies very clearly that we did miss something in this report. And that's what, as a mover, I'm asking, that we have a very clear picture of what we are bringing in the next report.
Trustee King?
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Before I go to Trustee Dawson, Trustee Pay and Trustee McLean, if this motion passes, then obviously there won't be further list of questions, but if you wanted to ask questions related to this report, you can do it now as well as the referral relates to the report also. Trustee Dawson?
Thank you through the chair. I have a few questions. So with A part 1, are we already doing this? Like, is this part of phase 2? I'm just trying to understand if this is redundant to what we would be doing already, or if this is actually a new thing and that we need a motion for it, or it will not happen. Through the chair to staff.
Thank you for the question. Part 1, to continue with the broader consultation to address concerns raised during delegations. Staff has already made the commitment under the next steps that's outlined in the report that we'd be continuing consultations with the community included parents, caregivers, and guardians, and also with staff. That was always the expectation, and that's why it was outlined in the report. Thank you.
Okay. I wonder, can we vote ad seriatim on A and B, please, Chair? And then my last comment is along the lines of what Trustee King was saying with Part B. I really do think it could include something to the effect of, in order to avoid and a commitment to combating anti-Semitism in all its forms, or a commitment to combating hate in all its forms. Like, I think there needs to be something there that's not just clearing up misinformation, but an affirmation from us that we are committed to this work, and not just that, committed to applying an intersectional lens to the work, which is clearly needed in this. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to amend that. I know that we've heard a commitment, but when I think of passing something like that tonight, you know, I just think, yeah, I'm just putting it out there for consideration by the movers.
I'm going to go to, are you done with your remarks?
Yeah.
She doesn't? Okay. Trustee Arts?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to support this. First of all, this is feedback from the community, and it's for receipt. We have not been asked as trustees to approve something, or even to accept it. We've read it. You all got it. You all read it. You've received it, and this is an ongoing thing that we keep politicking in this room with reports for receipt. And I think the solution to that, and I've asked staff this, is for reports for receipt to stop coming to the board. There are better ways for us to communicate these things that are not decisions of the board. Number one, staff are already doing. Number two, I find offensive too frequently. Trustees are not going to staff and working with them. I see disrespect for staff's work all the time, and that's okay. That's not okay. It's not. It needs to stop. Staff have done a lot of work here. We are hearing from community. What I see in referring this back to staff is that we would not be receiving the input that our students gave us. And what it clearly states is our students are experiencing harm, and they need us to address that. Staff need to be able to move forward. And sure, having a statement akin to what Trustee Dawson just said would be fine, that the chair could make that. I don't believe the chair needs us to make a motion on that. But I would like to see actual collaboration of this board with the staff that we're supposed to be collaborating with. And I'm not going to support this. There was a better way to do this. If you wanted more consultations, receive reports, you know, and then work with staff. I'm done.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Trustee Laskin and Trustee Lalka-Redmond after that.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I need to reiterate, I actually believe that A1 and A2 are completely misleading. They're completely undermining to the intention of the report. And I can't help but feel, if this was already as an amendment, why then did the mover bother asking the question? Because he got the answer to both of these parts. And it does feel completely undermining to the efforts of staff and completely undermining to the purpose of the report. I'd like to ask, through you, Mr. Chair, to the governance staff, if I can strike A completely, A1 and A2, and amend it for receipt and keep B.
Speak on this.
I'm asking if that would be in order.
Governance staff.
To the chair.
Sorry. The question is to change the referral motion to receipt motion as an amendment. Would that be permitted?
No, this referral is a motion of precedence, and you have to deal with the motion of precedence before anything else.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarity. I hope my colleagues turn this down so we can move a motion of simply receiving the report. And then I believe our colleague, Trustee James Lee, already mentioned that he was going to move a motion as business arising, which could incorporate B if that's a clause that everyone feels is important. But to do it ad seriatim and not support A, and I urge everyone not to support A because it's completely undermining to staff, and it actually impugns their reputation because it implies in number 2 that staff somehow wrote it and ignored what they heard from community, and I find that extremely offensive and unbecoming to the conduct of a trustee. And in terms of B, the statement, I don't remember any other times that we've actually directed the director or the chair to write a statement after a board meeting. That tends to be something people do. But if people feel strongly about needing clarification, no problem with that. But why would B be an order that clearly articulates the decisions made before we've actually even made any committee decision to move forward to board? So I don't actually think B is an order without A, and I think A should be struck. Anyway, I feel very strongly about this. Obviously, I've made my points twice. I will be quiet now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Lalka-Redmond.
Thank you. This afternoon, trustees received a letter written by a coalition of nonprofit organizations within and beyond the Jewish community. And just in case some of you didn't get a chance to read it, with the mass volume of emails that we have received in the last several days, I'm just going to reiterate a part directly from that letter. Significant harm was caused to our Jewish community last night. Should the TDSB reject the report's findings and recommendations, that harm won't be confined to a single evening. It will be deep and lasting and will cause our Toronto Jewish community and many others to conclude that we cannot have faith in the willingness of the TDSB to protect our children. So that came directly from 5 major organizations, 4 Jewish, 1 not. So if you're not going to take my word for it, listen to the community. Stop speaking over Jews. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Patel,
Yes,
do you want to finish off the?
That's fine.
Mr. Chair, can I make some comments?
Sorry?
Can I make some comments regarding this motion?
Yeah, I didn't see your name. I will add you to the list. Go ahead, Trustee Pay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding this report, I have reached out the variety of Jewish communities, like Serbia is Center of Israel and the Jewish Affairs, and CEF is Canadian Anti-Semitism Education Foundation, TAFSIC organization, and Jaffa, Jewish Educator and the Family Associations, and the rabbi from Prague Israel Synagogue, and rabbi at Abbas Tivika Synagogue, and all other individual Jewish community at Willowdale, or even the Great Toronto. The sentiment is regarding the report. They felt this report is not perfect, but they feel is a start. So they asked me to receive the report, continue encourage the staff to do their job, to do a broader consultation, to develop strategy to really combat anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. So I would really encourage all trustees to receive this report not refer the report back, because we have the knowledge the staff had to put tremendous work into the report, and the community put their heart into the report. Let's honor that. Let's honor their effort. Let's ensure the community voice is heard and honor our position as trustee, because trust has to be restored here because it's already broken so badly. So let's do our job, receive the report, not refer this report back to staff. I would vote against the referral. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Pei and Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to you, Mr. Chair, as my friend says, trust has to be restored. And this is exactly what we are doing. We are reaching to the broader community for broader consultations, of bringing all the partners who are not heard, and especially the delegations which came yesterday. I don't believe we heard each and every one. So that's what my ask is, and I ask each and every one of my friends to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are no other speakers, we will get to a vote. Is it going to be on e-scribe? Ms. Joseph Dovers?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please don't forget add seriatim. Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, yeah, please make it at seriatim. So, sorry, are you able to change to make it at seriatim? So,
Yes, when the vote comes up, it's on part A. It's already separated. You'll see it
okay.
separate.
So we do A and B separately. A first and then B.
Apologies, I'm not fast enough. Laskin against.
Trustee Pei against.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Trustee Earhart against.
Trustee Hassan in favor.
Trustee Ghost in favor.
Mr. Chair, Trustee Sriskandaraja.
Trustee Sriskandaraja? Trustee Sriskandaraja, are you online?
Mr. Chair, she was online previously. Should be marked as absent and close the vote.
If she hasn't responded, I'll just ask one more time. Trustee Sriskandaraja, are you online? Not, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, party has been defeated.
Okay, thank you. We move on to the main list back now. Trustee Pei, did you want to speak on the main item still?
Mr. Chair, what about part B?
Sorry? Oh, sorry. We have to vote on B.
Well, party has been defeated.
Question of clarification, is part B in order since there is no decision?
Exactly.
I don't believe it is.
Party has been defeated, Mr. Chair, so that's it.
Sorry?
Part A has been defeated, so what is the statement will be on?
Okay, yeah, I think the part B is talking about when the decision is made at the board, but would that be ruled out of order? we'll have to wait for that after the decision, I guess, as a business arising or something. So if that makes sense. So we'll move on to the speakers. Trustee Pei?
To be.
So before Ms. Joseph Dowers, so
Mr. Chair.
Part B would be only in order after we make a decision on this item.
You
So
will move it then? Thank you.
would that come back again after if
You
there's
can move it then, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Trustee Pei and Trustee McLean, do you want to speak on the main report?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. Okay. I really want to talk about it, like the 4 hours marathon, delegation last night, because I had to see that. It's a really heart-wrenching experience for me. A lot of my Jewish community members reached out to me after the meeting. They felt so hurt because the way the delegates present themselves and the Jew hate. So what we heard last night were people with very strong views against Zionism. So many people saying that they are anti-Zionist and they want the ability to be expressed anti-Zionist in schools. Seeing it is not the protecting human right. It is a political ideology. And they want the ability to advocate against Zionism in schools. But there is something being missed here in all these speakers. None of the speakers see a place in TDSB schools for Israeli and Jewish kids who support Israel. Kids who are proud of their identity as an Israeli. Kids who believe that Israel is their homeland. These delegates would label them colonizers, genocidal, ethnic cleansers, apartheid, racist, and isolate them from good Jews who are anti-Zionist. It may be true that not all Zionism is anti-Semitism, but if even some anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and this is manifesting as hatred against Jews in our schools, how can we not ensure that this is at least recognized or addressed? Schools are places for all kids, and there isn't any carve-out in which kids can be bullied, harassed, or discriminated against, and labeled negatively at the school because of their ancestry, ethnic origin, place of origin, citizenship, or creed. Zionist and the anti-Zionist kids have the right to come to school. Jewish and Muslim kids, Palestinian and Israeli kids, our focus as trustees should be on the creating an environment where they can go to school together in peace and coexistence, despite conflicts overseas. They have to be able to play sports together, to study together, to coexist together in our schools. What we heard last night has nothing to do with coexistence or safety. This conflict within our TDSB is on full display last night, with so many here to say, don't take away our right to criticize Zionists in schools. And this is clearly at us with those explaining that they are Zionists and still believe their kids should be able to come to school in safety to learn. The ultimate responsibility for us as trustee It is to ensure our school is welcoming and safe to all students, regardless of their origin, regardless of their religion. That's our job. Let's keep our schools safe. Let's keep politics, geopolitics out of our school. Let's recognize anti-Zionism is a manifestation of anti-Semitism. So I would encourage my colleague to accept this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. First, I want to my first question is for Associate Director Simon. When we do consultations, is this common to get reports back when a portion of the consultation is done? Is this common practice for us?
Thank you for the question, Trustee McLean. I can't give you a definitive response. I think our governance folks or Mr. Polnikoff would be better suited to respond to that. However, part of what staff wanted to be able to do was to provide an update to trustees. As you may recall, initially this item was on the agenda for December of 2024. And part of what we wanted to be able to do is bring trustees an update of where we were with the work, because it's really extremely important. And trustees had been asking for where are we with respect to the work on each of these strategies. So we wanted to be able to bring that back to trustees as far as where we are in the work plan. It did not represent the completed consultation process, but we felt it was important that trustees had information with respect to where we were in the work. Thank you.
Okay, well, I want to respectfully share that I didn't find this helpful. Updating on where we may have been in the timeline of what we were doing, and mentioning that a portion of the consultation had taken place, but providing a piece of what will ultimately go into the thinking for the new strategy would have been enough. Bringing this information I think when I read it the first time, I anticipated what the last 2 days would be like. And I don't think this has been constructive. That being said, I think the consultation itself is constructive. Hearing from concerned groups and gathering information and hearing from more groups is beneficial. But so I'm going to pivot a little bit through the chair. When it was Director Latouche shared earlier that students sometimes make bad choices. And I agree that that's the case. And for example, when two students are in the schoolyard and one loses their composure and happens to hit the other one, there might be a bruise or whatnot. And there's a course of action or responsibility, ramifications for that poor choice. But that bruise will heal over a day or two, and you have the ability to move on. When we have instances of hate and racism in our schools, and the victims of such acts don't heal in 2 days, and it has profound effects. And that has been shared with us, throughout my time at the board, over different communities have shared, and we know that damage is ongoing. So for me, I think that we need to spend as much time on prevention as possible. this trying to find a way to, we celebrate Heritage Months, and, I have schools that have Heritage Evenings, and they set up, and if everybody who's of any particular ethnic background gets to, or cultural background, gets to share their history and proudly share where they're from and create greater awareness. But I think that's where there has to be ramifications, and we have to keep the human rights portal, and we need the information to help us know, and there needs to be learning after the fact when poor choices are made. But I think that we need to keep our students as safe as possible. And some of that, there's keeping geopolitical matters out of the classroom would be beneficial, because it's really hard to imagine that we would do that right. I think as a system, we can share with our staff the need for professionalism, just like we do during times of elections. There's what they're entitled to their own opinions. They're just not allowed to bring them into the classroom. But we live in really challenging times now. We are not, as a society, as proud of our diversity as we were, 3-4 years ago. There are challenges around the world that are making it tougher for us, and everything that we can do to educate our students, create greater acceptance and awareness and understanding for our students and our families, I think would be a beneficial thing. And to that end, I will be voting to receive the report.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Do we have any other trustees to speak?
I had a question, Chair.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just in listening to the delegations, Trustee Pei had mentioned, vote tonight on a particular, definitions and things like that. Is that what we're doing tonight? Just from staff, or are we voting to adopt any particular perspective or definition tonight? Is that what we're doing? Through the chair?
Through the chair, no, we are not. This report provides information with respect to the consultation that staff heard. Full stop.
Thank you. So I caution all of us, myself included, because I was totally confused up to now about what receipt versus approval in this particular context was. But I do just caution all of us to not spread information that is incorrect. It is extremely, extremely important that we are very clear, transparent, and consistent in our communication with the public, and that includes trustee communication. There will be a time when we will receive a strategy for approval. This is not that time. This time, we are receiving a report on an incomplete consultation. And with that, I just want to echo what Trustee McLean has said. I did not find this incredibly helpful. It has created mass confusion on a lot of people's part. It has caused harm. It has made a lot of work for me and other trustees when we have full-time jobs and families. So I hope that can be considered in the reports that we are brought back in the future. And that goes for all of our anti-hate, anti-racism reports. Not just this one, but since we are where we are at here with this one, we need to be 100% clear on what exactly it is that we are doing because if we are not aligned in that, trustees, we are going to face a lot of backlash and it's going to just cause more harm. And I really hope that nobody is going to do that. Please do not do that. I appeal to you. That's all I really have to say. I hope that we can move forward in a way that is productive and engaging with all members of the Jewish community. And, you know, we go forward in a way where we have learned from our mistakes. And once, I guess, we get through the receipt or whatever is next, I would like to move business arising to put B back on the table, since that was deemed to be out of order in the previous resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Don't see any other trustees online. Trustee Laskin, did you want to move this to?
Mr. Chair, I absolutely would like to move receipt, but before I do, I just have another couple comments because I saved my thanks for the end. I am indebted to the work of this board for their combating hate and racism strategy, to take all acts of hate within our students seriously. I thank, especially in terms of this particular report, both Associate Director Salmon, Superintendent Karen Murray, and I apologize for Carlos. I don't remember your title, but they joined us in Ottawa at the Face It, Fight It conference on anti-Semitism, immersed themselves in the learning, and I will never forget that. And I'm very grateful that they took the time to do that. This work would not really have even been on our radar, except for the work of the communities that came together to share their stories, the students in our schools, and the Jewish Heritage Committee led by the indefatigable Sherry Schwartzmaltz. But I am especially indebted to Superintendent Ronnie Felson and Superintendent Debbie Donsky, because they put themselves out there. And they put themselves out there to do this work, knowing that it created, you know, they became targets of hate as trustees become. But they did it because of their commitment to the community and but mostly their commitment to students in this board, all students in this board, to belong. So I really wanted to make that statement. Thank you very much. And and I shouldn't forget Interim Director Stacy Zucker, who is now Associate Director, but obviously supported this consultation work as well during her time, and great hope now, Director Latouche, for carrying it forward. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend the report be received.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for it?
Wilka Rotman seconds.
Thank you. Okay, we will move to e-scribe.
Trustee Patel against.
Trustee Pei in favor.
Laskin in favor.
Trustee Gose against.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Mr. Chair, Trustee Wong,
Trustee Wong,
Trustee Hassan, and Trustee King.
Trustee Hassan, and Trustee King.
Trustee Wong and Trustee Hassan.
Trustee Wong, are you there? Trustee Hassan?
Should we close the vote?
Yeah.
Oh, Trustee Earhart in favor if it didn't show up.
Yes, it did.
Thank
So
you.
that is carried.
Thank you. Now we will put the part B of the motion that was there earlier, which asked for a statement clarifying the decisions made.
Mr. Chair, can you clarify the seconder, please?
Sorry, it's the same mover and a seconder from before, Zakir and Trustee Patel and Trustee Davidis.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, we're asking the director to announce that we received the report.
Yeah, and what receipt? Like technically, there's a lot of
What
confusion.
was received? Got it. Okay, thank you.
Trustees, Mr. Chair, Trustees Rajwani, Pay, Patel, Laskin, Hastings, and Gauss.
Laskin in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Trustee Ghost in favor.
Trustee Earhart in favor.
Trustees Hastings and Pay.
Trustee Hastings? Favor? Sorry?
Mr. Chair, Trustees Hastings and Pay.
Trustee Pay?
Trustee Pay in favor.
Trustee Hastings? Trustee, did you vote already? Did you get Trustee Pay's vote?
Yeah.
Trustee Hastings' vote? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Any other? Did Trustee Lee, did you say you have a business arising from this?
Mr. Chair, I did, and I have sent that to all trustees and staff, senior staff and governance.
Do you want to introduce it, and who's seconding the motion?
I believe trustee has agreed to second. Trustee Pay, can you confirm?
Yeah, I second. Thank you, Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Lee, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Team, I just want to thank everyone for making time for tonight's discussions. I think a lot of clarity was found through what we have talked about. And I think we have all come together to show that the goal that we're approaching this is really to put students first and to ensure that they can learn in an environment that is safe and to ensure that our staff can work in an environment that is safe. I wholeheartedly believe that every time when we talked about combating hate and racism, we need to start with commonalities and common grounds. And we need to focus on what it means for a student to be learning in the TDSB. And then we have to accept the fact that we're not here to be the United Nations of education and trying to interpret different perspectives and trying to, strike a balance on behalf of our community. We just have to find the guiding principle of an educational system and accept that we will always have differences, especially in a country like Canada, where we're diverse. Most of us, or many of us, were not born in this country, and we all hold different beliefs. I think a change in our roadmap to a unified combating hate and racism strategy that takes into consideration all the work that has been done by staff and all the work that staff has planned to do when it comes to research, when it comes to consultation, when it comes to action items. When we combine those into one unified document, that document can be a coherent source of truth on what we should do as a system for our students and for our staff. I have spoken a little bit before about why I'm moving this. I don't want to spend time doing it again. I'm here to answer any questions, and I hope to have your support and your vote to pass this so that we can move on to create a successful combating hate and racism strategy. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee. Thank you, Trustee Lee. Just seconded, does Trustee Pei want to speak on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think Trustee Lee, I thank you, Trustee Lee, for moving this motion. It's such an important motion. To be honest, since I got on the board 2.5 years ago, I felt there's so many divisive policies being passed by the board. The word cannot express my frustration. Unity, it should always over division. Let's not stop playing the identity politics. Let's teach our children we're Canadians. Regardless of your religion, regardless of your ethnicity, regardless of your place of origin, we're Canadians. So I wholeheartedly support Trustee Lee's motion. We should have one strategy for all. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Trustee Erhard, Trustee Dawson, and I'm on the list after that. Trustee Erhard.
Hi, thank you to the movers of this motion. I support it. I think it is one suite of things that we need in our schools. Like everything, we can't always get everything into one group of words, especially when we are all when we have all spent a lot of our time over the past 48 hours in delegations and listening. And so the crafting of motions, I don't ever expect everything to be in every motion. I accept everything in this motion, but to me, there's more than this motion, and that includes words like inclusion and belonging, as are in our multi-year strategic plan. The absence of those words does not mean the absence of agreement on those words. And for me, also the rights of children explicitly. And I hope that as we continue this work, I'm not afraid for us to disagree. I'm not afraid for us to have difficult conversations. But we do need to seek to listen to each other. And I'm very grateful to the movers of this motion. And I know we'll have many, many other motions as well that are broadly inclusive of the many, many perspectives of our diverse community. And thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Dawson?
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you to the mover of this motion. I have some questions though, because it is really about interpretation here. And I'm hearing things like identity politics, and that to me is accompanied by an anti-DEI narrative typically. And I'm just wondering about whether if this motion were implemented, so this is a question for staff, if this motion were implemented, would it negate or undo decisions that we have made in the past, and specifically a decision to adopt anti-Palestinian racism as a form of hate? Through the chair.
Mr. Chair, after staff addresses, I'd like to answer that question from the mover's perspective as well, if Trustee Dawson doesn't mind.
Sure, thank you.
Staff would like to comment on that?
Thank you, Trustee Dawson, and through you, Chair. I'd like to go to Executive Superintendent Karen, and I apologize, Karen. Please introduce your last name. It has just slipped me in this minute. But if you could answer this question, that would be great. Thank you.
Karen Murray.
Karen Murray, thank you.
And thank you, not a problem. To answer the question, no, it wouldn't, because there are things that, based on the idea of a intersectional collective ideas that impacts all groups, is going to come up naturally. And I think we're seeing that already by some of the recommendations that come our way so far. For example, the idea of professional learning and training is one of the things that we know, and that we could probably predict that most of the consultations are going to bring forward. However, there are certain things that are going to be uniquely different based on the group. And that's really the core here. We're not all monolithic, even within the conversation of an all. There are certain things that are going to be uniquely different, and we'll make sure that we aim to capture that as we design moving forward. I hope that answers the question.
It does, but it does, but for the public listening, can I have a yes or no answer? Will this walk back the work that we are doing around anti-Palestinian racism?
No.
Thank you. Sorry, Trustee Lee.
Thank you.
Step in, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may, to address
Yes.
Trustee Dalton's concerns and questions. Trustee Dalton, and I guess for everyone else was wondering, this is not version 1 of this motion. This is version, I lost count. And I think many colleagues and staff in the system on the board has been very gracious in helping with crafting a language that ensures that no work that has been done and no background research work or action item identification work that will happen as a part of the plan will be diminished. The core ideology of this motion is to find common ground. It is impossible to find common ground if we don't understand everybody. We have a very diverse board. We have a very diverse culture. We have to understand everyone before we can know where that common ground lands. This is why this motion very specifically outlines the research, the consultation, and the identifications of action items. And just to be sure, it mentions phases 1 to 3, just, in case if there's any question, we need the work to happen, but we just need a strategy that is unified. we're asking for an end. We're not directing the process. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Trustee.
Yes, that's helpful. And sorry, I don't know if anyone else wanted to comment before I sort of closed what I planned to say.
No, go ahead, finish your time.
Okay, so I want to say I'm relieved to hear all of that. I support this motion. I, particularly support us, in essence, getting to a place where all students and staff feel like they can show up with their full selves and feel a sense of belonging in our buildings, at our events, at anything TDSB related. I really do think there needs to be a sense of belonging for children and for staff centered in the work that we do. So I'm very pleased to see this this motion. I want to thank everyone for their collaboration. Trustee Lee for his initiative. This was all done in the wee hours, and I can appreciate everybody's efforts here. So thank you for putting it forward.
Thank you, Trustee Lawson. I'm going to pass the chair to Vice Chair Patel.
Thank you, Trustee Chair Shan. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to be supporting this motion with an intention that I understand it to be, because when I heard Trustee Pei talk, I was almost trying to decide, like, what am I voting on? So I'm assuming this still goes into an operation from a anti-racism, anti-equity, anti-racism, anti-oppression framework with equity focus. The reason we went from one to many is because the one's overarching strategy did not actually undertake the nuances that we just talked about anti-Semitism. If we didn't have a specific focus, we would have not generated all those ideas. For example, if we are not doing, and I know Trustee Pei moved a motion to have anti-Asian racism just a few months ago, because there was a lack of depth in the work that we are doing around this. So it is important to acknowledge that this overarching strategy needs to be there. It intersects, it connects, it brings strategies together, it brings different root causes of many of the manifestation of racism to be addressed. In many cases, some of the root causes are same. So I asked Trustee Lee to, because if we didn't have the confirmation that we will proceed with what we have already started, then we are actually reopening a decision that we made to create those strategies. And so I'm assuming this is not a decision to do away with those strategies. In fact, when those strategies, or when those things like that I had asked Trustee Lee to add, after the completion of currently planned research, consultation, and identification of action items from phase 1 to 3, which includes anti-Palestinian racism, anti-homophobia, anti-Asian racism, those strategies that are being built in will consolidate itself into a common strategy. So when we are talking about professional development, we will see it reflecting the kind of diversity of different forms of racism in the suite of professional development opportunities. When we're talking about employment equity, we will have those things kind of taken into consideration. So when we build this out, go deeper, find those action items, and then galvanize it together into an overarching strategy, it'll be a stronger strategy. We might have to do this every so often, then we become a bigger strategy, and then maybe after 4 or 5 years, it's a different form of racism, or we have to be able to diversify to bring the depth of the consultation and research to fruition, to have some of those concrete sites. So I hope that it means completion of the current plans as we have seen in the current strategy. It lays out which year, which part will be done. It lays out what type of consultation will take place. But in 2-3 years, when that is all wrapped up, hopefully 2 years, that's the timeline, that we have an overarching strategy. When report comes back, it comes up as one strategy, but every one of those communities that felt left out in those pictures now would have a deeper sense of how they are being addressed, how they are being monitored, how they are being evaluated, how they are being tracked. And I think that is an important consideration. So in that spirit, I'm supporting this motion, because I do think that we need to have a concerted way of discussing this as opposed to be a siloed way. But at the same time, I do understand the benefit of differentiating and coming back into common fold. So I hope that is the intention. I hope that is how it's interpreted. I hope this doesn't mean going back to the drawing. we talk about Heritage Month. If the curriculum was reflective enough, we wouldn't need Heritage Month. Hopefully in long run, we will have a curriculum that is very diverse and so on, that we don't have to have a month separately to inject that. So a similar way, we need that now, but we may not need. So hopefully we do understand that this is actually a composite model as opposed to a unifying and trying to make us all identify like one person and kumbaya, and then leaving out the differences and historic disadvantage of our communities will be a disservice if this motion was trying to do that. If this motion is actually still going to address those historic disadvantages in a way that actually brings people together, bring communities together, find common ways of addressing some of those issues, it is a beautiful thing to do. So I'm going with that intention and voting for it. Hopefully that's what the spirit continues to be. And I know Trustee Lee feels that way. I've had conversation as well. So I'm willing to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Chan. I'll pass back the chair to you.
Trustee Arts next.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure. I think my questions have been asked. We had separate strategies, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong or confirm, I guess. I would assume, from what I read in my discussion so far, assume that the individual strategies that staff have been working on so far are still going to be needed in order to create resources that support staff in addressing specific incidents. My worry, I'm just reflecting on what our former director, Colleen Russell-Rollins, said about this time last year, that what we need to build in our system is belonging, that we would likely not find success if we're always trying to combat individual bits and pieces, if we're always doing things as separate entities. That she said at the time, and it really resonated with me, that we needed essentially one overarching goal of understanding and belonging for our students. And since that time, I've actually been taking courses, some of the learning opportunities, professional learning opportunities through the TDSB, and some other courses on equity work and building inclusive classrooms. And the resounding common denominator there is belonging, that students come to us and staff come to us with all different identities, and they need to feel that they belong, that they can come as their full and true selves, express themselves, not have to fit into a one-size-fits-all mold. I will never agree to shutting down conversations about DEI or shutting down geopolitical discussions, because those are just the realities of the world, and they impact who our students are. They impact identities, and people have to be free to discuss their identities no matter what their identities are, and feel like they can be themselves. And so I support this because I don't want us to have, as was said, I don't want us to always have to be approaching equity as putting out fires. We do need to put out fires right now. There is a need to directly combat hate, because hate has been on the rise. And we do need to address that. But I really want to see us get to a place where we accept the people around us, where our students are learning in a place that they feel accepted, that they can accept others. And, in an ideal world, if we can build that, we won't need the combating hate aspect nearly as much as we do now. So thank you to the movers for this, and I support.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'll just quickly want to say thank you to yourself, Chair Shan, and Trustee Dawson, Trustee Arts, for the comments and questions that you've asked that have been very, very important in being able to consider and just understand the intention of the motion from Trustee Lee, which I'm also grateful for. So thank you for that work. I think I'm feeling like others that I just want to qualify my support for this motion. Just reiterating those points that, when we talk about Canadian identity, we're talking about enrichment and not erasure. I want to reiterate the emphasis on this being iterative work that needs to respond to our changing population over years and in response to the different manifestations and presentations of discrimination and how we build belonging. And then lastly, just very important for me to state as well that acceptance of this motion is with the understanding that it does not in any way negate the work of anti-Palestinian racism or any of the other forms of discrimination that we are combating. So again, thank you for the work. I know it's late. I'll wrap it up. And thank you through the chair.
Thank you, Trustee King. I don't see any other trustees on the list. So do we go to e-scribe, Ms. Joseph Dawes?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the vote is open.
Laskin in favor.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Trustee Pei in favor.
I sent you a
Trustee Arts in favor.
Mr. Chair, Trustees Gauss and Raja Kulasingham.
Trustee Raja Kulasingham and Trustee Gauss, are you there? Trustee Gauss left, I think. Trustee Raja Kulasingham, are you there? We don't see her as well. So you can mark them absent.
Thank you.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you. We will now, thank you, Trustee Lee and Trustee Pei. We will now move on to item 8.2, community use of school, permit fees and cost recovery. Director, please introduce the staff who will be presenting on that.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and through you, I'm pleased to go to Associate Director, Stacey Zucker.
Thank you, and through the chair, before I turn this over to Executive Officer Pachetti, I'd first like to acknowledge the significant amount of work that this has gone into the creation of this report. There was a lot of data, a lot of time spent with care and compassion and understanding of the importance of schools as community hubs. I want to thank Judy Gargaro, who is the chair of CUSCAC, and also all of the members, as well as Trustee Earhart and Patel, who are our trustee representatives. I want to thank staff, specifically Maya Pachetti and Craig Schneider, Jonathan Grove, Shirley Adderley, Goma, Ik Anu Liu, Wu, Ndaba, Jobo, Celine John, and Stephanie Harris. As part of our deficit recovery plan and as part of the Auditor General report, TSB is expected to be a cost recovery for anything outside of K-12 education. And in addition, as we discussed during the 24-25 budget process, policy P011, community use of board facilities, speaks to cost recovery and specifically refers to additional costs like weekend caretaking. And I can assure trustees that caretakers who are there on the weekends for permits would not be there. So they are only there because of the permit fees. Just as a little bit of background too, and the report is there, but we did hear that in 2010, a third party calculated the cost recovery at that time, and it would have required a 47% increase in order to break even. No changes were made in 2010, and then in 2014, a 10% increase was approved. So we know that we haven't been at cost recovery for at least 15 years. And so this work was very, very important. But we also recognize that increases impact our permit holders. And we did listen to the feedback of users. We did listen to the feedback from trustees when we brought this report forward for feedback in November. And in order to minimize the impact, we have looked at alternatives with regards to phasing in. And again, we still want to be following our policy, but also respecting our permit holders and our commitment to providing the spaces in schools. So with that, I will turn it over to Executive Officer Pachetti. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director Zucker, and through the chair, we do have a PowerPoint. I'll try to go through it quickly in the interest of the time. So first of all, thank you very much for allowing us to present this report about our permits. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. I want to assure you that our staff, TDSB staff, supports and values the role that schools play in our local communities. If anything, the data below, I think, reflects how much that is supported and valued. We, in 23-24, had 505 permits granted at schools. We had 505 schools received permits. That entails a total of almost 12,000 permits that were issued, representing approximately 1.6 million hours of permit use. And of those permits, 5,422, which represents almost 680 hours, were designated specifically for not-for-profit permits delivering subsidized activities. I do want to add, and this was emphasized in the executive summary of the report, that the recommendations in the report are intended to assist in reducing budget pressure associated with permit fees while recognizing the importance of using schools as community hubs. The recommendations are intended to minimize impacts on permit holders, to spread the increases over a period of time, and to continue to subsidize not-for-profit organizations that support students. Thank you. Next slide. So the report is intended to focus on the 4 recommendations that are in the report. The fulsome report does contain a lot of information, and it includes a summary of the consultation process that was undertaken. And I draw your attention to page 41 in your agenda and the 4 guiding principles for decision-making that were identified by the Permit Fee Working Group at one of its earliest meetings. So while the report acknowledges the importance of community use of schools and the need for subsidized fees, it also identifies the incremental costs associated with community use of schools and the need to achieve cost recovery. So the 4 recommendations presented in this report, which you see on the screen, are intended as the first steps moving us towards cost recovery. Next slide, please. So the first recommendation is fiscal review and validation of cost recovery. The purpose and value of this recommendation is to address several of the concerns that were identified by staff and CUSCAC and the Permit Fee Working Group. One of the concerns was about the long-standing discussion going back to 2010 regarding what defines cost recovery. The RMI report, which is available in Appendix D, provides a very detailed breakdown of all those incremental costs incurred by operating schools beyond the school day and on the weekends. The permit working group also expressed a concern that the board should not profit from the fee increases. So the intent of the fiscal review is to build public confidence, share information, and expand the understanding and options for future adjustments towards cost recovery. Next slide, please. What you see here on the screen is our recommendation for the timeline. So phase 1 will be the first fee increase, which we have noted in the report would be for March 2025, although it would not incur until April 1st, the April 1st bookings. And that would be that fee increase, and what follows would be studied and brought back to the board in a fiscal review and validation report on January 26 and on January 2027. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the next recommendation is regards to pool fees. Next slide, please. So this recommendation looks at 4 fee increases stretched out over 18 months, starting in March 2025. The recommended pool fee increases were discussed in detail with the permit fee working group and generally found favor with the fact that there were 6-month timeline or 6 months timeline between the increases, which would allow pool permit holders to adjust their own program fee structure to the fee changes. And as you'll see in this slide, Toronto Catholic District School Board, their permit for pools is $106 per hour. And we did look at what the City of Toronto charges. They charge based on the quality of the pool. Per adult nonprofit resident, it's between $75 and $177 per hour. And for child and youth nonprofit resident rate, it's $54 to $161.46. Next slide, please. The next recommendation involves the facility permit fees and weekend caretaking costs. Next slide, please. So, a lot of discussion around what is the B rate and how it represents full cost recovery. So we do anticipate that the B rate needs further assessment to understand better what are the current costs that are incurred, as our model of costs hasn't changed since 2010 and the RMI report. And as we are all aware, costs have increased. Utilities have increased, supplies have increased, doing any work in buildings has increased. And so we do recognize that we need to look at this more closely. And that is, again, why in the recommendation number 1, we will be bringing back the first report in January 2026, fiscal review and further understanding of the cost recovery rate. Next slide, please. So we are recommending a 10% fee increase, although we have provided also as a model what a 7.5% fee increase would be, starting in March 2025 for each permit category. And then, effective in September 2025, the weekend fees will be shown in 2 parts. And I'm going to explain that a little bit later on. But I do want to stress that we are not proposing any additional fee increases for September 2025 for the permit fees other than the annual CPI increase. Now, behind the logic here is what we want to work towards is a uniform facility permit fee rate for each day of the week, because this will not only help to simplify the fee structure, but it also makes our rates more transparent and reflective of incremental costs. And if you want to see what we are proposing, we did provide the chart, which I will be sharing with you in this PowerPoint. In Appendix Appendix H, we show the current facility permit fee structure, but we also show the recommended new facility permit fee structure. Next slide, please. I do want to assure you that we have been talking about the possibility, in fact, not the possibility, but we have been talking about permit fee increases with our permit holders and CUSCAC as early as June 4th, 2024. In fact, originally, we had been speaking about the permit fee increases starting as soon as January 2025. And we have been providing additional notices to all permit holders through eBase about impending permit fee increases. So I know this is a concern that was raised by Co-Chair Gagaro during her presentation, but this is something that we have been discussing and sharing information about since the fall of 2024. The March 2025 fee increase implementation date is necessary because the next confirmation of permit bookings, the next season for permit bookings, starts April 1st. And this includes outdoor field permits, summer camps, and the remaining weekday and weekend bookings until June 16th. Next slide, please. So fees will increase to the new rates March 2025, but not be applied until the April 1st, 2025 booking. The increase in fees will only apply to hours and bookings after April 1st, 2025. There is no retroactive. This is after. And if there are adjustments required, permit holders will be contacted by the permit unit. So to date, we have found 20 permit holders who have paid all the way to June 16th, and we will work with those individual permit holders to ensure that there is no hardship if and when the permit fee increase comes into effect April 1st. Next slide, please. So the next few slides are the show what the permit fee increase would be for every single category at the different times and the different spaces. So for ease of reference, we've bolded single gym and general purpose rooms in every category because that's our most popular space that is rented. And so just by way of example, the first line that you see there, school day use, Monday to Friday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. If you, the rental fee for a single gym currently is $11.01. The 10% increase would bring that to $12.11, which is a difference of $1.10. And that's for the A1 category, which is our highest subsidy. And then if you go to the A2 category, for that same time period, single gym, you will see that the 10% increase is $24.84 per hour, which is a difference of $2.26. And for the B rate, the 10% increase, the difference would be $2.75. Next slide, please. And this is the example of the 10% applied currently to our outdoor fields permits. A field, which is our most popular outdoor permit, the current rate is $9.38 an hour. The 10% increase would take you to $10.32, which is an increase of 94 cents. And same model follows. Next slide, please. And this is the example for the weekends. So for Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday is 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. These are the community use of school hours. And a single gym, A1 on a Saturday, currently $16.51. If you apply the 10% increase, it brings you to $18.16. Which is $1.65 more an hour. And we provided that for all the category of spaces. Next slide, please. So one of the other things we propose to do in September is to differentiate and break out the permit fee into two categories, and I'll explain that. So the permit fee breakout will include the space rental rate, which, if you recall, we are proposing will be a uniform rate for both weekdays and weekends, and the difference would be considered the amount we currently recoup or charge for caretaking. So in this example here, on a weekend, on Saturday, the A1 rate, if you applied the 7.5%, is $10.08. The classroom weekday rate is $3.56. What is remaining is, in fact, what we recoup for caretaking on the weekend. Again, I want to emphasize that this will not represent an increase in permit fee other than the 10% that we are recommending for March 1st. All we are doing here is we are going to start showing the breakdown. And the reason we think this is the right way to go is it's really going to help us to do that analysis that we need to do, which, again, Co-Chair Gagaro talked about how complicated it's been to try to understand the modeling because of the blended rate that was put in place in 2014. And I want to note in our report on page 39, we do say the current weekend permit fees are a blended rate with the intention of being able to recover the ancillary caretaking costs. The increased cost, however, of weekend permits is due to expenses associated with keeping a school open on the weekends, which includes heating, electricity, other utilities. In addition, a dedicated caretaker must be present and is paid overtime wages on Saturdays and Sundays, as these are not regular operational school days. And of course, we know that salaries through the collective agreement have increased. So this action of breaking this down going forward so that we can see what the difference is will directly link to our ability to do further analysis as noted in recommendation number 1 and allow us to provide a more detailed fiscal review and propose true cost recovery modeling for the future. Next slide. So our fourth recommendation has to do with LNSP. Next slide, please. Oh, maybe having a little trouble with the slides loading up. I'll just continue speaking to the next slide. So the next slide the next recommendation has to do, thank you, with our local neighborhood support program, LNSP. I just want to say that page 47 in the report does provide you with some examples of what the new proposed highest subsidy rate, what this would mean to LNSP permit holders. We show some examples in the report. And again, under additional measures as part of our fiscal review in January 2026, we will be able to come back with some updates on the impact of the LNSP fee to the permit holders. What I'm going to do now is turn the presentation over to our permitting team coordinator, Ugoma Ekiana Wu, to take you through the recommendations regarding LNSP. So Ugoma, if you don't mind taking over.
Thank you so much, Maya. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, trustees, the director, senior staff. I will be presenting on the fourth recommendation, which is the local neighborhood support program. So the local neighborhood support program is an offshoot of the Priority Schools Initiative. In the year 2009, the ministry provided funding for the PSI program. TDSB received the largest funding for 77 schools, and the next school had 25. That was the Ottawa School Board and the Hamilton School Board. This funding was provided to offset permit fees in the 77 schools, and all these 77 schools were in priority neighborhoods as designated by the City of Toronto, and they were now later called the Neighborhood Improvement Areas. PSI was a very popular program in TDSB until 2019 when we lost that funding, and altogether we're funded for $2.6 million. When that funding was lost, there was a huge outcry in the community, and there were a lot of delegations. So TDSB decided to create the local neighborhood support program to still continue to provide free space for some of these groups and to ensure that the programming still continued in those priority neighborhoods. So under the LNSP, there were now 44, which later became 45 schools, and they provide programs for children, youth, and seniors, and all the LNSP schools were former PSI schools, all chosen within the designated neighborhood improvement areas. So with this recommendation, the LNSP has always been a very popular program, again, because of the value that it brings to the community. So while we were considering the recommendations, we did have a focus group with LNSP groups. We also created a survey that went out to all the LNSP providers, and we also received a lot of feedback directly from LNSP providers. From that feedback, they really made us understand that without the funding or without free space, it's going to be very difficult for them to continue to provide programming to support these areas. They also informed us that, yes, some of them are able to access some grants to help them. Some of the grants they could access were the Trillium Grant, the City Grant, and also the Ontario Jumpstart. However, they did agree that there could be an increase. However, they wanted something as minimal as possible because they also understood that it was difficult for the TDSB to continue to provide free space, especially with the deficit that we were encountering. So based on that, staff recommended that for the LNSP, rather than give them the A1, which is our lowest category, that we were going to create a different category for them, which is the A. And under the A, they would now access 80% of the subsidy. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So the recommendation is 80% of the subsidy. Under this rate, a single gym, which is the most popular space we have, will be $2.79. a double gym will be $5.57, and a classroom an hour, and a classroom will be 92 cents an hour. So for the LNSP also, as part of the recommendation, we heard loud and clear that the integrity of the LNSP was a big concern because there were some groups that were not providing the programming in the neighborhoods, and some groups that would receive the free space, and afterwards they would actually make the participants pay heavily for it. This issue was actually resolved with the PSI, which did have facilitators that would go to visit the programs. So, however, with this, we are committing to provide more support to the LNSP groups and also to monitor to ensure that the integrity of the program is met. And I think that's the end of my part. I'll hand it back over to Executive Officer Maya Puchetti to conclude the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ugoma. We don't have another slide, but I did want to take the opportunity to summarize the recommendations in this report, which, if approved, would result in a reduction of that 3.8 million annual deficit to the board by 2.5 million upon full implementation. So, as a reminder, there are 8 appendices to this report. We've included the 2010 RMI report. We've included a selection of permit and caretaking fees charged by other boards by way of comparison. We have a summary of the stakeholder communication starting in February 2024. And we also have in Appendix H, answers to questions that we heard from trustees the last time we brought this forward to the Planning and Priorities Committee, thinking that that might be a good reference document for you. So thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions. I'm supported by quite a few staff here, so I may turn to them to answer some of the questions.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation. I just want to remind trustees that we are at almost 10:40, about 20 minutes before 11. Trustees who have questions, please put your name in the chat. Trustee Laskin. Sorry, before Trustee Laskin, I see both of you put the name at the same time. So Trustee Davidis first and then Trustee Laskin.
Thank you. I have a number of questions. Thank you to staff for putting a very comprehensive report, even down to some of the questions that we asked some months ago. First question, and I don't mean to make it sound wordy, so I'll try and explain it. But have we done an optimal pricing analysis that would allow us to reduce the per unit price? Like, have we tried to work out as part of the analysis that's going to come forward ways to maximize utilization, creating economies of scale that would allow us to reduce the permits? Because we're talking about very large numbers of users, lots of hours. Are there ways to try and figure out some math around how to lead people into a smaller number of schools that may lead to a reduction of permit fees around things such as caretaking and so on? Is that part of the analysis? Is that something that may come later?
Thank you, and through the chair. So one of the things to point out is our most popular space in schools that is booked are our gymnasiums. And our schools typically only have the one gymnasium, and some schools have 2 gymnasiums. And so trying to find economies of scale is a little bit more challenging because everybody wants to permit a gym. The majority of people want to permit gyms. I think if you we could certainly look at that model of whether there are other ways to combine permits, but I am going to turn it over to Ugoma because she may actually have also some thoughts on that idea.
Thank you, Maya. Actually, we have, most times we try to consolidate permits wherever possible. But like you said, because we don't have enough gyms, we always try to put in the permits that would use all of the classrooms, together, so that we're trying to maximize space. We also try to stack permits. And actually, another way also is because we have the community use of school hours. So during the weekends, we try to ensure that the permits are congregated around the same time so that we can actually maximize the use. And regarding the optimal pricing, I think that's also part of what we might look at when we're looking at the fiscal review and the validation of the cost recovery. Again, this is a new model that we're looking at, and that's why as part of the report, we have put in check-in spots where we can see how much, where we can actually analyze this model and find out what it is that we can do based on the pricing and the analysis.
Thank you to the chair and to staff. I appreciate the answer because this sort of speaks to a body of work that's sort of still in process and will be coming. And hopefully there are some answers there that allow us to continue to provide access to space. I don't think anybody sort of debates that. It's how you do it and with the limited resources. So with that in mind, I know that, and again, it's not a criticism of the system. There's only so many resources, so many staff to make that allocation that was just described, because that I'm sure has to happen manually to some degree. So have we looked at the systems that other entities are using, and are we looking at borrowing anybody's software, anybody's systems? Are there improvements around some of that? Because one of the complaints we do get is people have a hard time navigating our permitting system. I would think it's, to be honest, a shortage of staff for the volume that we get. But have we looked at figuring out ways to sort of maximize some of the resources that we do have? We're making changes.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I will turn this over also to Ugoma with regards to the software program that we use.
Thank you so much. And through the chair, yes, we do work with other school boards. Actually, this report has a lot of input from surveys we created and shared with the boards in the GTA as well as the boards in the other provinces. Regarding our software, we use eBase. eBase actually is the most popular software used by so many boards. And a lot of the boards that are using different software are trying to come onto eBase. What I'm trying to say is that, yes, we're very competitive with our processes, and we do work with other boards to find out best practices. When it comes to like the caretaking rates, the square footage, we do have monthly meetings. This is the communities of school personnel from the different boards. We meet monthly under OPSBA, and this is where we share ideas and we try to compare our processes. So yes, we do a lot of contact and networking and communication with other boards.
And if I may also add in response to your question, one of the other things, while we have a permit fee working group, we have also had a communications working group with representatives from CUSCAC, led by co-chair Judy Gagaro, working with staff. We're always looking for ways that we can improve how we communicate and how we make the process for booking permits more streamlined, straightforward. We even have a video that is now available so that people can watch the video to walk their way through the steps. So I just wanted to assure you that we're always looking at ways that we can improve that.
Yeah, and if I can ask this, because I've received this feedback before I was a trustee through the chair, and since in trying to help folks navigate our website and our system. Sometimes they struggle. We've been making some improvements to our website. And it's not a problem that's sort of like a TVSB problem, right? Like the city of Toronto recently changed their portal, for example, after years of people criticizing how it worked and so on. So do we have a sense of whether or not we're making an improvement or not? Do we have a sense of from those surveys of the type of feedback that we're getting? Are people happier with our response times and things of that nature? Because we do get that criticism that it's sometimes hard to do a booking. I will get that request every couple of weeks from different groups, and I try and point them to the right spaces, right? In the sort of busy booking time. So is there anything in the service, anything in the work that you want to highlight? Some of it in different elements of the report. Are there things that we can share now for everybody's sake?
I could respond to that, and through you, Mr. Chair. So as a department, the permits department is working on a lot of improvements. We're working on our processing time, where also we do have we have the tutorials. We're also going out to the community, and I think we have attended some trustee meetings where we also talk to the community about, how to access permits. What we find out really is that those that do have challenges are most likely the new people. So whenever we have the bulk, because we have the bulk processing, we have the summer permits that come in, but it's the new people. So it's a one-on-one. And once they do register and they run into problems, our team works with them one-on-one. But the bulk of our permits holders, they just wait for the date. And then once they have it, they would apply. But yes, we're looking at improving the system and improving our customer service so that we can serve our clients better.
I appreciate the response. Just changing tacks a little bit. Recommendation number 3 tries to highlight some of them and separate the different parts of the cost. If I understand the report correctly, it's not saying to include the sort of per hourly cost per se, but we're now going to include it in the billing. Did I read that correctly? Is that an addition? We're adding information. Is that how I should interpret that?
Sorry, through the chair. Yes, yes. That it is not an increase in fee. We're not adding anything new. All we are doing is now simply showing the two components that were previously considered as a blended rate. But as we make the permit rental fee uniform between weekdays and weekends, what we have as the weekend permit fee currently with the 10% applied to it will be broken down into those two components. So somebody would be able to see that the cost to rent a gym, the rental of that gym is the same on the weekday as it is on the Saturday or Sunday.
Thank you, through the chair. As a follow-up to that, well, two things. First of all, in Appendix E, the TCDSB fees are not included. That's the first one I was looking at when I went into the appendix, and the actual hourly rate's not there. I don't know if someone has that, because I thought that would be the sort of closest to us in terms of our operating costs in the same city. And then I guess maybe just that first. Yes, please. The TCDSB hourly rate?
Yeah, they're actually included on the second page, page 92 of that appendix.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take a look at that then.
Okay.
And I have more questions, running out of time. Okay, so the process of increasing the fees for the not-for-profits, which there's an extensive listing of items in how we communicate it to folks out there. But as staff was mentioning, sometimes the folks that will struggle with this are the ones that are less connected. Either they're newer to the process or for different reasons, less connected to staff. Are we allocating extra staffing resources, training, materials and things as part of this process? And I know resources are limited, but I can imagine how many of us will get phone calls around this issue.
So
Go ahead, Corban.
If I could respond. So through you, Mr. Chair, yes, this process would require some work or with our software eBase, because we'll have to change the rates and get them ready for the staff to for the clients to apply. It would also require training our staff, and we have that process in place, that once we have the recommendation, then we can work out the details with the staff. We also have a very robust communication plan, and we're working with the TDSB communication team to ensure that we are able to communicate the approval and the process out. And also we use eBase. So with eBase communicates and notifies all our clients. So we have all those communication avenues ready to use once we have the approval for the recommendations.
Thank you. And I've run out of time. Chair, can you put me back on the list, please?
So thank you, Trustee Davidis. Trustee Laskin.
Mr. Chair, it's 10 to 11. There's still agenda items left in private. Can you just update us on what will happen?
Well, we would have to extend the time if people are willing. I don't know if we are close to quorum. The two of us have been here long for last 2 days as well. So we would probably extend it maybe 15 minutes to half an hour. We could possibly stay and try to wrap up. If this item is still going to be discussed at the board again by people pulling it out, we could potentially move it without recommendation and then go to the other items and finish. TLC representatives have been waiting for a while as well. So I don't have the order is after this item, there's a notice of motion for consideration, and then there's one private item. So Trustee Laskin, if you have questions on this one, let's see how far we can get to, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, well, I do have questions, but I'm sure it will be pulled at board. So I'm gonna not ask them now, because or actually I'm gonna move it without recommendation to board, because people have been waiting a really long time. I'm really, like you, completely exhausted and don't really want to extend very much, but I want to respect the people that have waited for so long. So I think I'd like to just move this now without recommendation to board.
Okay. Are there more trustees to ask questions? I'm assuming yes. So we will move this. So moved by Trustee Laskin. Can I have a seconder?
Trustee Rajwani.
Thank you, Trustee Rajwani. All those in favor? Are we doing e-scribe, Ms. Joseph Dars, or do I do show of hands, or aye?
Show of hands, please, Mr. Chair.
All right, all those in favor? I can't see all the hands, but
Aye.
Who's in favor?
Aye.
anyone against? And okay, seeing none, we will that item is now moved to the board without recommendation, so we can continue with the questions there. And now we will move on to item number all the other items 8.3 to 8.6 was already moved without debate, approved to go to board. And number 9 now, 9.1, Education on International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Trustee Pei and Trustee Hastings. Trustee Pei, can you introduce the item? Trustee Pei, are you there? Trustee Pei, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chair, Trustee Hastings and I are proud to team together, introduce this motion to endorse the Royal Ontario Museum exhibition titled Auschwitz, Not Long Ago, Not Far Away. The Israeli writer Yassil Denur testified at the 1961 Jerusalem trial of Adolf Eichmann, the principal architect of the National Socialist Network of death factories. He said to the court, "I do not see myself as a writer who read the literature. This is chronicle from the planet Auschwitz. I was there for about 2 years. The time there is not the same as it is here on Earth. And the inhabitants of this planet had no names, they had no parents, and no children. They did not wear clothes the way they were here. They were not born there and did not give birth. They did not live according to the law of the world here. Their name was their number. This exhibit is unique in its historical rigor, its thoughtfulness, and its sensitivity. It is designed to accommodate secondary school students, and its contents are designed to be consistent with the Ministry of Education guidelines on Holocaust education. In these times, when the facts of Holocaust are frequently trivialized, joke about it, distorted, and manipulated, the truth is precious. And telling the truth is noble. This exhibition, which is Roy Ontario Museum until September 1st, presents an opportunity to Toronto secondary school students that should not be missed. Our staff and our students, on an age-appropriate basis, should be encouraged to visit. It is my hope that this motion will enjoy the unanimous support of the board. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Laskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the intent of my colleague, but I can't support it. I'm actually going to refer it to staff. This would be precedent setting to bring something like this to the board floor. There could be ramifications to all the invitations that we get then, not to pick one for the other. I'm also really surprised that this would be here when in fact we have a Toronto Holocaust Museum. And this is a special exhibit. It just doesn't make, I understand the intent of wanting to support, but I really don't believe a motion like this belongs on the board floor. I can just imagine the extent of all the other invitations that would then come. And I just, at this hour when we have, anyway, I won't go on. I'm referring it to staff.
Sorry, Trustee Laskin, did you want the staff to respond to this, or did you say?
Sure, I'd like the staff to respond if this would be precedent setting when it's already been in direct line, like the staff have already told us how it's been advertised through the system. So I don't think we need this to encourage. It's already done. And it would be precedent setting and it's operational, and I don't think it belongs here. If we're actually going to want to endorse something, then are we paying for buses to get the kids there? Are we paying for release time so the staff can go? I mean, sorry. Yeah, sure. I'd like to hear from staff.
Director?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Chair, we agree that this would be an operational item that would normally be encouraged, and board has policies that guide decisions around excursions. And I think I would concur with some of the other points that Trustee Laskin made. Certainly a worthwhile activity for sure, but as to whether a motion is required, that would be our view. If you require further, I'm happy to ask Associate Director Audley Simon to comment further.
I don't need anything further, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So Trustee Laskin, just to clarify, are you moving to refer it to staff?
Correct. I'm moving to just refer it to staff.
And can I have a seconder for that?
Trustee Rajwani.
Thank you, Trustee Rajwani. Any discussion on the referral of the item to staff? Okay. So we will first vote on the referral. If the referral fails, then we'll go back to the motion.
Laskin in favor. Sorry, I don't have you scribe up.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Trustee Erhard in favor.
Patel in favor.
Arts in favor.
Trustee Bay against?
Mr. Chair, Trustees Lee, Lalka-Ratman, Hastings, and Hastings.
Trustee Hastings against. Trustee Lalka-Radman and Trustee, who was the other one?
Trustee Lee.
Trustee Lee and Trustee Lalka-Radman. Okay. If they haven't responded, please.
Thank you. We're not them absent.
Okay. That's carried. The referral is carried. So before we move on to the next item, can I have a mover and a seconder to extend by 15 minutes?
Laskin.
Trustee Laskin, Trustee Patel.
Arts.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. That was the last item in public. We now need to move to private to discuss the two items that are listed here. Can we have a mover and a seconder to go in camera to discuss?
Laskin.
Trustee Laskin, seconded by
Arts.
Trustee Arts. All those in favor to go into private session, camera?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. So we just need to give a minute to stop all the live feed and